Take that off.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I'm concerned with ordinance 2220, an ordinance establishing June the not, or not, I'm sorry, not that one. Ordinance 2320.
Take that off.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I'm concerned with ordinance 2220, an ordinance establishing June the not, or not, I'm sorry, not that one. Ordinance 2320. Ordinance to change the name of Allegheny Circle to Helen Hubbard Way pursuant to Ohio Revised Code. Have anyone contacted the residents that live in that area? I have no objection to it, but have you contacted the residents that you wish to change Allegheny Circle to Helen Hubbard? And that's what you have to do first before you can change anything.
We did that already.
The public should be cognizant of it. And so I have some trepidations in reference to this because of the fact that the public has not been notified and you do not have their input in this matter. And that's
Can I ask, how do you know the public haven't been notified on Allegheny Circle?
The people that's on Allegheny Circle need to be notified in that area. And that's
I asked you, how do you know they haven't been notified? They have been notified.
Do you have a confirmation of the fact that they have been notified?
This whole agenda,
That's
all this on this agenda, and this is what you got a problem with?
We changed Wheeler to, it was, can't think of the name of the street now. We had to do that same identical thing. So the norms has not changed.
Thank you, that's 2 minutes, thank you. Next.
Okay, someone else. Okay, go ahead, Ernest, go ahead.
Anyone else?
No.
Thank you, we move on. Thank you very much, Mr. O'May. Reports and announcements from Mayor Brenda L. King, Chief of Staff Michael Smedley. Any comments?
Counselor, just for a record, no minutes at this time to be approved.
Thank you. Chief of Staff Mike Smedley, you have any announcements from Mayor Brenda L. King on behalf of the mayor? Chief of Staff?
I'm sorry. Yes, I just wanted to inform folks that on Tuesday we'll have another pantry. We have delivered to over 5,000 households. We've delivered about 150,000 pounds of food since the pandemic has started. We have been very diligent in helping residents get access to healthy food. Our partners have grown to more than just fruits and vegetables. We deliver meat and dairy products. And if the USDA continues the program, we will continue it until further notice, until the pandemic allows for folks to be able to leave their homes safely to get the necessary food so that they can survive. So be looking out for us next Tuesday. If anybody has any requests, please call 681-2211. Also, there is every Thursday at 8 a.m., we ride the community on bikes to get a resident's eye view of things that are wrong in the community. We do it every Thursday. This Thursday was no different. We had the police department, the service department, the building and housing department, and the mayor's office, and we're inviting anyone from council to participate. If you don't have a bike, we will provide one, and we may end up providing a motorized bike if you so choose to use that, because I use one. You really get to see it's better than driving down the car. The only thing better is walking, but you can't cover as much distance as you can on bikes. And we ride the entire city, taking notes, handling issues right there. For example, if there are folks who are rehabbing houses without permits, the housing department is there to handle that. If there are vehicles with no license plates that have sitting on all four flats, we handle that because the police are there. If there are high bushes on corners where you can't see around the corner to turn, the services department is there to handle that. So we do it every Thursday. I invite all city councilors to participate. It's an excellent experience. We even get to talk to residents who are out early in the morning, and we get to stop to talk to them because we're not in cars. So please, if you are interested, it's every Thursday, 8 a.m., leaving from the police garage. Thank you, Council President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chief of Staff. Having no receipt of communications. No,
Yeah, no receipts of communications and no receipts of petitions at this point.
thank you, Dr. Guy. There hasn't been any council committee meetings. But if you all would like to say anything about your committee, we have time. So, hold on, brother Nate. Let's do this right. Just because we on the phone, we have to do this right. Councilwoman Gowdy, would you like to have any words about your committee?
Well, I don't have no committee right now. I'm still on vacation, and when I get off of vacation, then I'll start back up my committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Nathaniel Martin.
Yeah, we haven't met because of the COVID-19 as a committee. But we have been in contact with the police department, and we're making some plans that will be revealed probably next month. And there's some items that we're working on that will be a plus for the city. One is, so that you guys know, because you might be able to kick in, we've been meeting around a gun buyback program. Did you hear what I say, a gun buyback program?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're working out logistics, how we're going to get it out to the community. And I'm asking all council people to kick in $500 for the gun buyback program. It's something that we feel is a win-win situation from the standpoint of 2 weeks ago, there were 21 shootings in Cleveland. And we average our share of shootings. I won't put that on the air. We're finding all this out with the cooperation of Scott Gardner and the police. So number one item that we want to implement is a gun buyback program. We feel as many guns that we get off the street is a win-win situation. We also talked about training, and Chief Scott Gardner said training is a top priority. We're working on that. And the last thing is warrantless pursuits. But right now, for the other council people, the main thing we're concentrating on that we plan to implement within the next 2 or 3 months is a gun buyback program. Every gun that we get off the street, it makes it safe, not only for our police, but also for citizens and also for family members, those that lose control, have mental illness, and let the emotions get over their thinking. So collectively, we feel it's definitely something that we can do that will work. We're working out all the mechanics, so when I come to you in the next meeting, I have something more concrete to share with you. But I also, forgive me, that I hope that all the council people kick in something toward this. As many guns as we get off the street, it creates more safety. So I want to share that with my colleagues. Ernest Smith, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Austin.
Greetings, Council President. As you know, Contracts and Property did meet on yesterday. Some of the things we discussed were an opportunity to find out more about our tow yard that's in development under construction. So if the Chief of Staff would like to chime in and add a little bit more, I guess he could. We also talked about the property transfers that's taking place from our East Cleveland Land Bank. And that is a point of contention right now because there's some information that doesn't quite balance. So we got to find out more about that, and we're working with the administration to do so. The ordinances that you'll see this evening some of them were actually covered during the Contracts and Property meeting, discussing some purchases of a trailer for to use the restroom, so City Hall can actually be shut down and not have the public necessarily having to use the bathrooms or restrooms in City Hall. Talked about scrapping some of the vehicles or trading vehicles in that are being replaced because they've been a part of the COVID-19 recovery or basically paid for under the CARES Act. The vehicles that are going to be replaced were fire vehicles that was crashed before, needing to be replacing a vehicle that was used for some food delivery that is not in a mechanical shape, replacing that and giving the city an opportunity to have a revised look for safety and the benefit of our great residents. Bear with me for 1 second while I make sure my notes are clear.
Yes, sir.
And again, continue to move forward, and the council is getting a lot more informed of what our left limits are. So as you see things that are going to take place today, it is an effort from the council as we move in the right direction so we can determine what's going to happen within the individual wards and what's going to happen moving forward. Thank you, Brother President. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councilman Austin. Madam Vice President.
I have nothing at this time.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I chair the Finance Committee. Finance Committee has not met. We plan to meet in the near future. Keep everyone updated on that. With that, that concludes our committee reports. Next, we have proclamations.
I think there have been no proclamations or bids that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Next, we move on to exactly what we came here for. Legislation. Again, I thank you all for showing up. I know the quote-unquote rules say that we are on vacation from meetings, but make no mistake about it, we are not on vacation from serving the health interests, rights, and needs of the great people of East Cleveland. Next, we have legislation. Dr. Guy, please.
First read an ordinance establishing June 19th as a holiday in the city of East Cleveland, Ohio, to be as June in recognition of the date when all slaves were made aware that they were free, requested by Council at Large Nathaniel Martin and sponsored by Council at Large Nathaniel Martin.
Ordinance number 22-20 is a first read. Something that I brought a tear to my eye when I saw it. Councilman Martin, do you have any remarks?
Yeah, I just like to say, with us being in a city that's 95% African American, this is history. I know Brandon's not here; he's a history buff, but the General Order number 3, you read that. And I want to thank the law director for she helped me with some of the background information, but it covers
You're welcome.
a lot of what's going on. The Black National Anthem is attached to this, if you get a chance to look at it. And Abraham Lincoln, the Emancipation Proclamation played a role. So I know you guys support it, and I appreciate that. And we will be, this will be in effect next year, Juneteenth. I think it's unfortunate that it took almost 2 years. These people didn't even know that they were supposed to be free. So this is important, especially for a predominantly African-American community. I thank you all for your support. You can move on now, Mr. Smith.
The guy?
Yeah, the second piece of legislation or ordinance number 20-20.
Speak up, we can't hear you.
Are you hollering at me, Counselor?
No, I'm just saying I can't hear you. So I know you can hear me, but we can hardly hear you, community guy.
I'm speaking very clearly. Thank you.
All right.
Ordinance number 20-2, first read. An ordinance to change the name of Allegheny Circle to Helen Hubbard Way pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 723.04, change of name, vacating or narrowing street on petition. Requested by Council President Ernest L. Smith, sponsored by Council President Ernest L. Smith.
Dr. Guy, can I co-sponsor with him?
Co-sponsored, sure.
Thank you, Councilman Austin. Ordinance, brief comments on this first read, ordinance number 23-20. It's an effort to show people who cared about the city that we care. Due diligence has been done. The people of Allegheny Circle who are involved, the homeowners, have been talked to. They love Ms. Helen Hubbard. Ms. Helen Hubbard, Minister Helen Hubbard, was the block club leader in Allegheny Circle for 30 years. Did someone say something? Say anything?
No, go ahead.
Okay. She did great things in Allegheny Circle, served the people in Allegheny Circle, like I said, for over 30 years. We could write messages on the ground and things like that, but everyone knows or should know that a lot of these streets are named after a lot of racist people, a lot of former slave owners. So this is also a way to slow down and end a lot of that systematic oppression that's been on top of our heads for years. So I can't believe that you looked at this whole big list of legislation. This is the only one that my great neighbor acted like he had a problem with. I've changed one name. This will be the second one, and this won't be the last. And I encourage all of my colleagues, if you know someone on the street that's worked for years for the health, interest, rights, and needs of the people. Matter of fact, I hope one day to change Roxford to Otis Mays way. So again, this is the way that I am and my colleagues show appreciation to the ones that showed appreciation to us. So that's what that's about. Any other comments from my colleagues?
No, we appreciate you sharing that, Mr. Smith. And when I get a chance to see Helen Hubbard, Dr. Guy, I'm going to give her a big hug so that I can make her day. So I'm looking forward to that. Okay?
But that's beautiful, Councilman. Maybe you forgot, and you know, and nothing wrong with that. Minister Helen Hubbard passed away a couple months ago.
Oh, okay. I forgot. I kept knowing the name was familiar, and I know she's related to Dr. Guy, but I forgot she had passed away. Thank you for sharing that with me, so she can't get no hug now. Okay.
Yes, you can.
I got, Brother President, can I make a note?
Yes, sir, of course.
I want to talk about Minister Helen Hubbard, just the type of person that she was. I remember walking back because I let somebody use one of my vehicles. I think one of my guys dropped me off at McGregor. It was late at night. We had an event where the candidates were showing up to talk about something. And Minister Helen Hubbard's daughter was running for council at large. So she was such a kind heart and kind spirit. Seeing that I was going to walk down the hill and over the page to get a ride home. So whatever, get a ride to Page and have a good time. So she didn't let me walk that night. It was kind of dark and kind of, chilly night. She let me into her vehicle with her daughter whom I was running against. So she was a community-focused leader. And I so appreciate that spirit that she showed me. And I was able to reciprocate that and showing the other people that was running with and or against us that, yeah, it's going to be okay to treat everybody in a compassionate way. And I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. See, now you have me wanting to share a story. So when I first got on council, everyone knows that she one of the ones that told me, she said, young man, I know you don't like to take credit for what you do when you community organizing, but you need to take some credit for what you're doing as the councilman, or else somebody else will take it for you. So I was the one that walked around and restarted the block clubs back in 2017. Minister Helen Hubbard was one of the ones that told me the reason why they were not getting together, the block clubs getting together prior to me coming around asking the folks to revamp their block clubs. She said, from former elected officials would not support to her neighbors just got tired and she didn't know if they wanted to come back out. So I begged of her. I told her I wanted to have a meeting in Allegheny Circle outside with the people. Minister Helen Hubbard went door to door, got the people to come outside, bought food, water, tablecloths, everything we needed to serve the health, interest, rights, and needs, to listen to listen to what we needed to do to serve the health, interest, rights, and needs of the people in Allegheny Circle. And since her untimely death, the residents in Allegheny Circle feel that they are being forgotten. So again, I have spoke to the residents of Allegheny Circle. I speak to residents before I make any move up here. So I just want to say thank you to Minister Helen Hubbard. And another little fun fact, it's crazy because at that time, I didn't even know she was Dr. Guy's mom. Dr. Guy told me one day at the meeting, she said, Miss Hubbard is my mother. I had no clue. So again, want to thank Minister Helen Hubbard and want to thank everyone that's involved serving the health, interest, rights, and needs of the great city of East Cleveland.
And I just make a little note. I did provide, there was a bio provided, but she did volunteer in the council office under former councilor Charlie Bibb for a few years on the top of that. So she's very dedicated to East Cleveland and the community at large. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for my colleagues to at least taking this into consideration.
For Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
No one's, everybody's in favor of passing this, everyone, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, you can move on now.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Next, Dr. Guy.
Okay, ordinance number 24-20, an emergency, an ordinance to authorize the mayor to accept a $2,846.43 grant from the Ohio Division of EMS for training and equipment for the period of July 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, and declaring an emergency, requested by the fire department and sponsored by Nathaniel Martin, Counselor at Large, and Timothy R. Austin, Counselor at Large.
Thank you. Ordinance number 24-20 bears the name of Councilman Nathaniel Martin and Councilman Tim Austin. Councilman Martin, what is your pleasure?
I sponsor ordinance 2420 and move for its adoption.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
This is for training equipment. It's $2,846.43. I don't know exactly what the 2,000 is going to be used for. I'm looking at the other attachment to the legislation where it says legislation is needed. It says to purchase training equipment for both fire stations. So I don't know what the equipment is. That's my question to Michael Smedley, or someone with the administration. What are they going to purchase for the $2,000?
May I, Council President?
Yes, sir. Chief Staff.
So this is a routine grant. We go after this grant every year. They get respirators, they get hoses with these grants, they get different apparatuses to allow them to breathe in heavy smoked area. You know, we do the heavy smoke training, but this is a grant that they apply for every year, and we generally get awarded it, and then they go through their inventory of training equipment, and then they purchase the training equipment as it stipulates within the grant. But I believe it's the hoses and the respirators that they're looking to purchase.
Thank you, Chief of Staff. Councilman Martin, any more discussion?
Michael Smedley,
Yes,
this is for
Council.
the fire department. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay, all right, we need to know that, okay? Because I looked through it, and I looked through it a couple of times, and I was trying to see what they were going to get. So we definitely are in favor of any kind of grant and anything to help our safety forces, fire or police. So I'm all right with that. Thank you.
It's a routine grant that we apply for every year, and we get awarded it almost every year.
Okay,
Thank you both. If there's no more discussion, Dr. Guy, can you call for the vote?
did I get a second on that, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, there was a second and you went into discussion.
Okay, Counselor Austin,
Yay.
Counselor Martin,
Yay,
Counselor Stevenson,
Yay.
Counselor Dowdy,
Yay.
and Counselor Smith.
Yay.
We have ordinance number 24-20 passed.
Thank you. Next is ordinance number 25-20. First read.
Okay. Ordinance number 25-20, first read, an ordinance pursuant to section 333.03 of the codified ordinances of the city of East Cleveland, regulating the vehicular speed limit on the city of East Cleveland to change the speed limits from 35 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour for the streets of Superior at 12501 to 14140 and Euclid Avenue at 12408 to 16383, requested by Nathaniel Martin, Counselor at Large, and sponsored by Nathaniel Martin, Counselor at Large.
Thank you, Dr. Guy. This ordinance is also a first read. Councilman Martin.
yeah, there was a compromise on this from the 25 to 30, which, and I've been testing the Euclid Avenue in Superior for 2 weeks now, and it's fair. It's not as slow as 25, and I'm hoping that the ones who have kind of held back on it will step up. I also been testing with them getting ready to pave the streets and all like that. I've been testing the speed of people riding up and down Euclid, and they're flying up and down Euclid. I mean, they really are, even with them cones out there and stuff. So this is a I think this is a situation that we can live with. I know you had your issues with it, Ernest, and I know Corrine, but hopefully we can move on this when we meet again. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, good Councilman. Any other discussion on this first read? Hearing none, we
I want to
move.
co-sponsor it.
Yes, ma'am. Ordinance number 25-20. Dr. Guy will be co-sponsored by Councilwoman Gowdy.
So noted.
Thank you very much. All consensus are clear. We will move ordinance number 25-20 to the next meeting.
Okay, next we have ordinance number 26-20 as an emergency, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 36-19, which makes appropriations in various funds for the current expenses and other expenditures of the city of East Cleveland for the period between January 1st, 2020 and December 31st, 2020, and declaring an emergency in order to assure funding for police and fire services. Requested by the Finance Director, Charles Meehan, and sponsored by Council President Ernest L. Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to pass the gavel to Madam Vice President.
And I also like to co-sponsor this one.
Okay.
Councilman Austin, Councilman Smith, this legislation bears your name. What's your pleasure?
Thank you. I'd like to sponsor ordinance number 26-20 and move for its adoption.
Second.
Thank you. Did everyone receive the email from our Finance Director?
Which email are you referring to?
Hard copies in the box.
The new plan, the revised plan.
Oh, okay.
Wanted to make sure everyone had a chance to look
Yes.
at it.
Oh, no, everyone, I have, to everybody's consternation, I have been checking my email on a daily basis. Now, I didn't get that, or either I didn't pull it up, but I did get it, to be fair, about 10 minutes ago when I came in the office. And it's a lot to comprehend. I'm not opposed to it philosophically, but intellectually, I can't vote on something I haven't had a chance to read. Now I'm looking at it now, and I said, I can't read or go through all this by the time we get ready to vote on it now. So I don't know, I may be the only one, but I'm looking at all these pages, and I may have some questions for Charles, but I haven't had the chance to read it. Okay, and as everyone know, I know I get on people's nerves at times, I always ask for a hard copy, and technically, I'm in the office every day. I come in and check. I very seldom I miss a day not checking on stuff. I was here yesterday, twice. So when I came in about 15 minutes ago, I saw it in my box, and I looked at it and I said, I haven't had a chance to read it. So that's where I'm at. I haven't had a chance to read it. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. So we need this before next week's fiscal commission meeting. Brother Nate Martin.
Yeah.
Is it possible for us to get back together to approve or disapprove this legislation before then?
It's fine with me. Matter of fact, maybe tomorrow, to show you that I'm willing to work with people, maybe I can meet with Charles tomorrow afternoon and go over some of the stuff, because I may look at it tonight when I go home, but I can't vote on it because I haven't had a chance to read it. That's the truth. It's not against the administration. It's not against Charles. I just saw it 10 minutes ago. Okay, and I haven't had a chance to read it.
I understand. Chief of Staff?
I just wanted to make note that ordinance number 26-20 is a reappropriation of funds into accounts. Then there's another piece of legislation that's accepting the fiscal recovery plan. So there's a separation between the two. This is taking monies that we, took in that were greater than what we forecasted and putting it into the police and fire budget. So that's 26-20, and then somewhere else down here, the fiscal recovery plan. Councilman, every August, every time we get more money than we forecast, and that forecast is what creates the appropriations, we take that money and put it right back into the budget. So if you look, hopefully you can separate the two, the reappropriations, and that's what this is, versus the fiscal recovery plan that talks about very specific items that we're going to use to come out of fiscal emergency. So I just wanted to make sure, Councilman, that you understood that distinction. Every August/September, we do a reappropriations, and then at the end of the year, we do another reappropriations, because every dollar that we get in, we want to make sure that we cover the expenses for the departments. So that's what 26-20 is.
Michael Smedley, what I need is an hour of time with Charles I.M. tomorrow afternoon so he can tell me what the changes are. And if we do that, I'm willing to come back anytime next week to pass this. But I can't pass what that I don't know anything about. And I just started, like I told you 10 minutes ago. So that's.
I just wanted to make sure you understood it. This is not the fiscal recovery plan. The fiscal recovery plan is going to come up later in the legislation.
Okay, well, and that too, okay? So
Yes.
that's, I don't know where the other ones stand, but that's where I'm at it on this right now. In the fiscal recovery
Let me say this, the fiscal recovery plan is in conjunction with the appropriation. So
Right.
let's say this, if you pass the recovery plan, you're actually passing the appropriations, because if you don't like the appropriations, let's say we talk tomorrow, you say we need to change the appropriation, that means you have to change the plan too.
That's okay, but we gotta have this conversation, and I'm glad that you're here, because I was gonna ask, were you there? So how do you look tomorrow afternoon?
I'm available.
So I'll meet with you tomorrow at noon. How is that? 12 noon.
Sounds good.
And anybody else who want to be a part of that can be a part of that. I'll meet with you tomorrow. All right, how you doing?
Brother President, can
I have a
ask
Yes, sir.
question.
Councilman Austin? Yes, sir.
when I looked at the last monthly finance report, it showed you how certain colors meant that certain lines were overspent, and some lines had more money in them than, I guess, better funded than the, I guess, projection or the milestones required. Is that something we can actually use to, in the future, just before this meeting, release that document again? Because I looked it over and I seen some lines were short, some line had more dollars, and we're a little bit further ahead with funding. And is that the document Mr. EIN would use to realign the dollars that we're talking about? Because we can all look back.
I'll use that document. I'll look at each line item and see within the department what was initially, say, example, equipment. I put certain amount in equipment, and throughout the year they're not getting equipment they thought they was gonna get, but they're getting supplies. So the supply line item is getting charged more than the equipment line item. So we're realigning what actually is happening over the course of the year.
To make it a 5-minute conversation instead of like an hour conversation. If you just show them, these are the lines that have too much, these are the lines that don't have enough. We just move this from there, and I fully understood it when I looked at the document. So just a thought. No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Vice President.
I guess my question is, we have received an influx of money from various places. Is any of that money in this, it been moved into this budget? Charles,
Yes.
can you tell me
Yes.
how much money has been moved into this budget as a result of grants for COVID or other, well, pretty much COVID, because that's what we've been getting. Can you tell me
COVID, the
what that
COVID
total
monies
is?
is put in Fund 2241. The fund's called Coronavirus Relief Fund. What page is on? Let's see.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm listening. Is Corbin still speaking?
Yeah, I'm about to just tell her what page.
I'm waiting for Charles.
Oh, okay.
It's on page 19.
No, page number 5. Page number 5 on the reappropriations.
Oh, the reappropriation. I'm looking at the wrong page.
The top of the page.
Mine only has 3 pages.
In front.
Make sure
So yours only has 3 pages?
That's it.
front
That's
back.
all I got is 3 pages.
You should have front and back. Everybody got a front and back copy.
No, this is just 3 pages. Nothing on the back.
I'll have to email it to you.
So I don't guess I have a complete document.
Should be 5 pages.
And I don't have the ordinance itself either for this one. Nope. So Dr. Guy, can you put up what we should be looking at?
Yeah. Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
I sent it Wednesday at 3:49 p.m.
She can control it from right there. That's her.
Right there.
She's pulling
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. You just passed it to the top. Right there.
Charles?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you now. We're struggling to hear you.
Okay.
I wasn't talking.
Oh, okay.
Page.
No, right here. Renee, you gotta do paper.
5.
The other one. This is the wrong one. We got the wrong
Okay,
It's a data. Yeah.
can you, let me see. What did you say? 2241?
This one.
Yeah,
This one.
yeah. Page 5.
You see, Councilman?
Yes, I can see. Now I can see And that brings me to the mayor's office. Whose salaries are these?
Stop.
The mayor's proclamation, I'm not sure if you're aware of the proclamation that the mayor made July 7.
Yes, I'm aware. I've read that.
So the police and fire and service and EMS workers and their salaries that was already budgeted, we are allowed to use these dollars to cover the salaries and fringe benefits of those employees as the CARES Act dollars indicate and what are eligible expenditures.
What
Okay.
employees are you speaking about so we can understand what you're saying?
Police,
Martin, you have to look at the proclamation that's attached to the second part of the fiscal instructions, which is the recovery plan.
Okay.
proclamation, hopefully this wasn't the first time you see that it's on the recovery plan, as I believe it was on the East Cleveland website back in July, but you may not have known that.
Right. Well, I'll know it tomorrow when I see you. Okay.
So Charles, my question now becomes, so in effect, it looks like we saved some money. If they infuse us with 2 million and we're going to use it to pay these people's salaries, then that means that the 2 million is going to be picked up on the back end. Is that correct? And if
That means-
so, where's the plan and what are we using this money for? Because what I see are numbers, but I don't see a comprehensive plan. It seems like, and I understand that sometimes that you have to move fast. I understand that better than you all will ever know because I come from that background. But we need a plan that is substantial and effective, because there's no viable plan. I mean, we're just all over the place with things, with these emergencies and other things, and we're still in fiscal emergency, and we need to get out of fiscal emergency, and it should be an emergency that we get out of fiscal emergency.
Mr.
Council
Chief of
President.
Staff, your hands up.
So, Council Vice President, you're right. There's a timing issue on this. We are looking to do some serious renovations inside of City Hall and in the fire departments, both firehouses, and eventually construct a prefabricated building so that we can get service department out of a declared public nuisance. So that plan is being formulated. We're hiring professionals to come in and work with us to put together each and every spec for each and every upgrade that we're planning to make and the new construction. And it's going to be bidded out, and it's going to all come through City Council. So we are formulating a plan as we are required to move these pieces of legislation along faster than it would take to make a plan. Taking $2.3 million as a windfall and creating a piece of legislation and asking someone to pass it is a lot simpler than going to each and every building that the city owns, go through every aspect of the building, including making upgrades at the MLK Center, and then coming up with a coherent, timetabled plan that has benchmarks that allow for us to bid things out, receive bids, award bids, and work towards the completion of it. So that's going to take longer than it will to putting this piece of legislation before you.
Well-
you guys were on summer break, and the mayor has been meeting with some of you, and it's going to take some time. Right now, we're working to bring in those professionals to help us put together a construction plan for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings in the city that haven't been updated in some cases, 50 years. So we are working towards that. And then the rest of the cash will go into our account. And we will likely pay things forward like we always do to bring down the following year's expenses. We pay workman's comp sometimes a year ahead, which we probably would do with some of this money. We pay police, fire, and pension ahead to bring down the 2021 expenses. So we are formulating a plan, and it will come before council, and council will have to approve the responses to all the RFPs that we put out for the construction of different areas within the city. Actually, the city buildings. But this legislation is coming before you before we can get that done.
Well, hold on, President Smith.
Okay.
Because this is $2 million, and I can't help it if y'all formulating a plan, and I know what you go through. I have stayed up all night writing grants and plans and doing whatever it was I had to do to get the job done. However, this is not the first instance that I've had to come and speak to you about not having materials to back up the documents that you're submitting. In this case, you don't have materials to back up the $2 million. $2 million is too much money, okay? For this city or any other city, and especially this city in the shape that it's in, to be playing around with, and 30 days in, you still don't have a plan. I have a problem with that. And the plan, it does not matter if we were on vacation. The administration is responsible for these kinds of activities. And I'm sorry, but I expect you all I have to hold you all feet to the fire on this, because I need to know where this money is going to go on the back end. Now you're telling me about money on the front end, this money that's going to pay these salaries. I have a problem with that also, because when I read this COVID-19 whole situation, it says that it's supposed to be for people to get paid who are at risk of being or contracting the COVID virus. Well, that's everybody in City Hall, because City Hall has never closed. Our people are not working from home like they should be. Every other court is working in a different capacity than the East Cleveland court. So we have people coming into the building that bring in things that they may not even know that they have, and therefore expose our secretaries, our administrators to this virus. And when they get exposed, they're just exposed and too bad, go home for 2 weeks in quarantine, but everybody else is getting hazard pay and they ain't getting nothing.
So Council Vice President, respectfully, that's factually incorrect. The documents that's provided to you for the $2.3 million is in front of you. What are we doing with the COVID money that we have worked with the state legislature and through the mayors and managers associations that's been negotiating with the federal government on how to spend the money, and it's very specific. It does not go towards specifically only to people who have COVID-19. It is presumed that police and fire employees are at direct risk of COVID, and it allows for us to spend it on their salaries.
That's fine.
Let me finish.
I have no problem with that.
Council President, let me finish. Let me finish, Council President. Council Vice President. Yes, finish, please.
Please.
So that's very specific. We work throughout the entire state to get that designation. What this appropriations is taking the $2.3 million in COVID funding and putting it in the allowing for us to pay police and fire with it. We have said nothing about, this appropriation has nothing to do with how we're going to spend the general fund money that we save. So the very documents you're looking at is the documents that's required to provide to you on where this money is going. It's right in front of you. It has to go into a separate fund.
I
don't know
understand that.
Let me also finish. Let me finish. We've been providing to council every document that we've received about the COVID-19 and its funding. We've been sending it to council. Every single document. Every document that led to us being allowed to spend it on police and fire salaries, we sent to council. This appropriations is a culmination of every document that we sent to you saying we have to create a separate fund to put $2.3 million in. That doesn't mean tomorrow $2.3 million is coming out of the general fund. We may not get through $2.3 million in 2020 because it is general fund money and there's no hurry to spend it. There was a deadline for this money. This money has a deadline to be spent by the 28th of December. We have to report on it in October on where we are in spending it. So we're saying we sent all that documentation to council as well. So what we are doing is following what the law requires, and we've sent you the law. We're taking the money and putting it in a restricted account. Coming up with a plan to spend general fund money is not required to accept the money into our accounts. All we're doing is accepting the money. Now, when it's time to spend it, council will be involved, like we've always kept council involved. We will invite you to participate in those discussions. We will invite you to review the plans for the refabricated service building to get our service workers out of a building that was declared a public nuisance 5 years ago. But we're not there yet. This appropriations allows us to accept the money and put it in the account that we're required to do by law. Furthermore, the courts is a separate branch of government. The judge was told by the courts that are above him that he must dispense law. There's a piece of legislation that we have in here to keep people who are coming to court away from our staff. That piece of legislation is a portable restroom. That portable restroom will allow people to go outside to use the restroom instead of walking through the building. And it will also allow for police and fire to have a separate shower that they can use when they're on site somewhere in a fire, or if they're in a COVID environment where they are providing safety and emergency help. So they can take that portable unit with them and care for the very people who we send in harm's way. So we can't stop the court from dispensing its justice because the higher court said they must. We're trying to mitigate it by submitting the piece of legislation on a portable restroom and what we've been doing inside of City Hall. There have been COVID-related cases, but it's not directly related to what happens in City Hall. We've been taking every precaution.
Excuse me. I mean, that is just too much money on a restroom. We can actually fix up the whole City Hall and then fix up the basement.
Hold on. Let's keep this in order.
$67,000.
Let's keep this in order, please. Let's keep this in order, please.
I'm still not.
I don't know what document.
I think I have expressed to this administration in the past that there's a need for whatever you're doing to be documented. I am not questioning the judge's authority to hold court. I am not questioning the people coming in, but what I am questioning is what is going to happen with the $2 million on the back end. if you want my support for this legislation, I need to see a plan for this $2 million on the back end. Whatever, all of that you stated is going to happen, that the administration is working on, it should be in writing. It should have a timeline associated with it, and it should have been to the council along with this appropriation.
No, this appropriation is about accepting money, not about spending money. Well, it's a part about spending money, but this particular line item, this particular line item is putting the COVID money inside of this fund. We don't, when we
Mr.
can't.
Smedley, I understand that.
I know, but let me say this: we can't spend a nickel unless it's appropriated by you. So to suggest that we have that we don't have that we were going to do something crazy with this money, it has to come before you anyway because you appropriate it. We're trying to give you money to appropriate.
I would like to see.
I'm not suggesting anything, Mr. Smedley. What I'm saying to you is that the same thing that I have said to you since I took the seat on this council. If you come to me asking for changes and money, I need a plan. This city, I've been here 6 months, and I have not seen a plan that is going to bring us, everybody keeps saying we're moving forward, but I haven't seen a plan that moves us forward. What I see is certain, and Chief Gardner, don't take this personal, but what I see is that certain departments are getting infused with money, and then we have other departments that are starving. That's what I see, and that's where my concern is, and that's why I want a plan.
That's not factually correct.
Time out, Dr. Guy. Time out, Dr. Guy.
Yes.
I would like to limit this discussion for 5 more minutes. I was about to say 2, but I'm going to give 5 more minutes as stated by the rules. Please limit this debate for 5 more minutes because Councilman Martin he has to meet with Brother Charles anyway, but I'm not going to stop the discussion on a whole, but I will say, please, 5 more minutes of this debate, then we will be moving forward.
So, I only have one more thing to say. Police and fire are the most underfunded departments in this administration. The fiscal recovery plan is the plan. We've been passing one and amending one for the last 8 years.
Okay, then
so
that's unacceptable. And we can move forward with that because that fiscal recovery plan, as far as I'm concerned, it is not a detailed plan when it comes to the impact of how $2 million is going to be spent in this city. It just doesn't do it for me.
It's not $2 million.
You said that you're looking for people to do these things, but that fiscal recovery plan does not identify one consultant that's going to do anything.
Okay,
so we have a disagreement here, and we need to bring this whole thing together so that we can move forward. Thank you.
You have a misunderstanding of the two things that we're talking about. The fiscal recovery plan is the legal plan that's required by Ohio Revised Code to put us on the path to get us out of fiscal emergency. You said about how do you get out of fiscal emergency, you haven't seen a plan. I'm talking specifically about the plan that has been in place and amended for the last 8 years to get us out of fiscal emergency. Now, if you're talking about the construction plan that we're talking about in terms of fixing different areas of buildings that we own in the city that haven't seen any investment in over 50 years, that plan doesn't just show up in a matter of 30 days. It just doesn't. This appropriation just doesn't.
If it's your plan, Mr. Smedley, I understand very well what's going on here. I understand that this money has to be in a separate code like all money does in a government entity. But at the same time, you have no plan. And this is not the first time we've been here. And I guess that's why maybe I'm so adamant about it, because we've been here before talking about money and plans. Things like the tow yard, things that there's no paperwork on. And that's just my
Right,
concern.
right.
That doesn't say that you're doing anything illegal or anything. I just need a plan, and I don't see one.
You are right.
And I would like to know what stipulation do it have for the grant? What can you, yeah, what are the stipulations? What can you do and what can't you do?
We've sent this information time and
Specify
time
it
again
again.
to council.
Could
What we're
you explain it again, please? I want to really hear from the mayor because
The mayor isn't here.
Hold on, I'm still muted. I can't hear what's going on.
Guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, when I meet with Charles tomorrow at 12 noon, me and Gowdy have the rules and regulations on the spending of this money so that I can understand and Gowdy can understand. I underline the fiscal recovery plan and I underline construction plan, but Michael Smedley articulated how the money's be spent. I need to know the rules on how the money can be spent. Okay, right.
But I'll have you. What I'll have.
The money is in alignment of where it can be spent at this time. They can spend money on salaries. My concern is that police and fire is getting
You all
paid,
hear me?
but we got other people in City Hall that are exposed.
Hear you.
Okay, I hear what Corrine says. I'm fine with that. I still need to know the rules and regulations of how the money's to be spent. That's what I need to know, especially this COVID money. Thank you. So when I meet Michael Smedley and Charles, when me and Gotti meet with you tomorrow at noon, have that for us, please.
Absolutely, Councilman.
Okay, Council President, are you online?
the whole grant.
1 minute, 1 minute.
The whole grind.
Are we done with the discussion? Can we
Can I make a quick note?
go ahead, Councilman Austin?
Great, thank you. There was some information sent out. It primarily talked about, the CARES Act and what these dollars can support. It was a kind of thick document, if I remember correctly. And I also
Right.
the council.
Councilman Austin, I can send it again to all the council people tomorrow morning, okay? This is Willa Hemmons.
Great, thank you, Madam Law Director. Madam Law
I
Director.
didn't hear you, Willa.
I said I'd send it to you tomorrow.
Okay, have it with Charles. A hard
Charles
copy.
has it already too.
Okay, me and Dowdy and maybe somebody else, we're gonna meet with them tomorrow at 12 noon. So we can get an understanding, so we can move on this.
I'll
we know
send
we
it to
only
you
got
first thing
less
in the
than a week.
morning.
Okay?
Okay.
Council, I want to make one note for us as a council. I want to make a note so that each of the 3 wards can get $100,000 of these dollars, not of these dollars, but on the back end from the general fund to do things in their ward. And that's something I'm going to work on. And myself and the council president has been talking about actually doing things that the council is responsible for doing, actually allocating and focusing on what you need to do in your ward to make the city better. And this is a grassroots effort that we need to execute. So that's my plan, to work with the law director, get the legislation on the book, so each ward gets to spend $100,000 in their ward. You fix what you need to fix. I'm not going to tell you about trees, lights, all that good stuff. So we've been working through the administration to do a lot of stuff that the council is responsible for actually doing. So we're going to actually put those things in place, and we're actually going to do them. So
Councilman Austin is very specific as to how the money can be spent, what it can be spent for. Yeah, the CARES Act.
He's talking about the back end, Willa. He's talking about after it's converted. After it's converted. I understand you very well, Councilman.
Right.
But we need,
do that in all 3 wards, and that's what we're going to figure out. And we will, obviously, we need to practice. So we need to learn how to draw those dollars down specifically. We're going to spend $29,000 on trees from this day to that date. We can do that. That's not a big deal. So that's what the counselor that have a ward, that's what y'all need to start thinking about, getting that squared away. And I'm going to do whatever I need to do to work with the law department and administration with exceptional consideration. But we need to start doing that as counselors in this city. So
Well,
thank you very much.
you'll have my full support, Councilman Austin, you and
Excuse me.
President Smith.
Councilman
So we have to, we
Counselors,
have to,
Guy, as per Counselor Smith's request,
Dr. Guy, can we,
Counselor Stevens, you're gonna have to take over because Counselor Smith is.
okay, well, I was.
Counselor Smith did what?
Charge anyway, because
Oh.
he was sponsoring legislation. However, what are we gonna pull, we're gonna hold this legislation until Nate Martin and Gowdy meet tomorrow? Is that what we're doing, 26?
Absolutely, because we're not voting on it. So we'll meet tomorrow at 12 noon.
I don't even know if I'm gonna come back to a special meeting because they should have had all this paperwork ahead of time. They do this all the time in these special meetings and don't have the paperwork and correct documents. I mean, it's just a waste of my time.
and then just send the money back.
We
Send
ain't
it back to
sending
the
no money
state.
back. Who's saying that?
If she doesn't want to vote on it, that's what happens. The money goes back.
Never send back money. I have a history of never sending back a dime.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Thank you, Council Vice President.
Well, we're not going to send any money back. We have to December 28th of this year to spend this money. So
Right.
the smart thing for us to do is spend the money, but we need to spend it intelligently. So we'll be here tomorrow. So let's move on so we can get more of a clarification and understanding on what we're doing. Let's
right.
continue. Okay.
Dr. Guy, can we go to,
Okay, next is ordinance number 27-20 is an emergency, an ordinance to authorize the mayor to apply for an economic development administration grant for the purpose of receiving economic adjustment assistance, including CARES Act funding from the U.S. Department of Commerce, and declaring an emergency for the public health, safety, and welfare, requested by the mayor and sponsored by Ernest L. Smith, council president.
I'd like to co-sponsor this legislation.
And Mr. President, may I say something?
What's wrong?
The
I
deadline is
have-
August 24th.
he's not here. I'm here.
Madam Vice President, may I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
The deadline is August 24th
Where we at? 20,
Yeah.
Which deadline?
27?
for the EDA grant.
Oh, EDA.
Oh, okay, for 27-20.
Yes, I'm co-sponsoring legislation.
You got 2720.
Austin is co-sponsoring the legislation. Councilman Austin, since you're co-sponsoring,
Yes.
this legislation bears your name. What's your pleasure?
I'd like to sponsor ordinance number 27-20 and move for its adoption.
I'm back.
Is there a second? Is there a second for 27-20?
Where we
I'll
at?
I'll second that because I'm looking
Thank
at it and I see we have a deadline of August 24th,
Right.
which is next week. Go ahead.
Discussion?
Yeah,
I just have one question. Willa Hemmings, can you tell me
Yes.
what this grant application, what the amount of the grant application will be?
Well, it's 30 million across the country, so we're trying to get our fair share.
Oh, wow.
I can explain it to you, Council Vice President.
what is it?
Just
So-
how much money you all are going to apply for this grant?
So we're trying to get 7 million. It's through the Economic Development Association of the Department of Commerce. They've been looking to work with the city for years. We're using our economic development consultant that was hired for us by Jobs Ohio, the economic development arm of the state. We're looking to expand the health line into East Cleveland all the way to the eastern border. Do the streetscape, not the middle island, but the decorations, but most importantly, to build a high-speed internet capacity infrastructure underground from one end of Euclid to the other end of Euclid, and then up to the border of Cleveland Heights up Noble Road. So it's really to build that infrastructure so that we can provide high-speed internet to future businesses and to East Cleveland residents, because everyone knows we have a digital divide in the city.
Yeah,
That's what the grant is about.
for municipal broadband.
Yes. And What we also know, it's going to be in the range of 6.5 to 7 million. This piece of legislation allows us to apply for it.
If I can interject here, if this legislation allows us to apply to get 7 million, and that starts the process, then we need to do it. My question is, once we get it, what's the deadline of spending it? If let's say we're lucky enough to get 6 or 7 million, Mr. Smedley, what's the deadline of spending the money?
2021. The year of 2021 is the deadline. So it would allow us, but we're going to be submitting engineering plans. We're going to be submitting all the planning documents, and they're going to review them. We've submitted preliminary plans to get feedback. So we got the feedback. They told us, hey, your plan is good. We need you to work harder on the engineering. So we partnered with an attorney out of Columbus, out of Ice Miller, and one of the engineers from Dublin, Ohio, who built their own to help us tweak our engineering plan, and we now need permission to submit it. And that's what this piece of legislation does. So we're going to be submitting all that stuff for their approval. If they say, yeah, these are the types of plans we want to see and we like to fund, then they'll fund it and we'll just execute. We have to bid everything out. All that stuff that comes through council. That whole entire process is a council prerogative in terms of putting the RFPs out, receiving the RFPs and awarding the RFPs, and then working through the construction plan. We have Stephanie Mercado, who's our consultant from Jobs Ohio, who has been the author of this grant, and she will be working to execute it if awarded.
Okay.
At no cost to the city.
Madam President.
Go ahead.
If we need to act on this, we got to the 24th and the day is the 20th. And if we're applying for it, if we're lucky to get to 6 or 7 million, that'll be a win-win situation. That starts the process. So I'm reaching out to the council people saying on this particular piece, we need to act on it now so we can get the process going. Thank you.
I agree.
Dr. Guy, can you call the roll?
Counselor Austin,
Yay.
Counselor Martin,
Yay.
Counselor Gowdy,
Yay.
Counselor Smith,
Yay.
and Counselor Stevenson.
Yay. So I pass the gavel back to President Smith.
Thank you very much. My apologies, just as yesterday, having phone issues. Like once somebody called my phone, it started getting stuck and everything. So.
Okay, for the record, Dr. Guy, articulate that the legislation passed, please.
Yes, ordinance number 27-20 has passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That reminds me, what can someone fill me in on what happened to ordinance number 2620? We just tabled it until Councilman Martin's meeting or whatever.
Yes.
Right, and Mr. President, you invited to the meeting too if you would like to come.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
No, that was passed.
Next, ordinance number 28-20. Dr. Guy, please.
Okay, ordinance number 28-20, first read, an ordinance to authorize the mayor to enter into a purchase contract for a mobile ADA restroom trailer with complete upfit at a combined cost of $67,061.96 for the public health, safety, and welfare, requested by Mayor King, and we did not have a sponsor.
I'll sponsor this for the good of the people, so City Hall can be safe and our employees can be okay.
I disagree with this.
Just want to keep City Hall safe.
I can't even.
Hello? Is someone speaking?
I just said I would sponsor this legislation, sponsor ordinance number 28-20 on behalf of our employees, because this is the best plan available right now. And it is my understanding that the CARES Act will take care of it, so more to follow.
Did Dr. Guy read it?
Yes, she did.
Okay. So is it open for discussion now?
No,
Oh,
no
all right.
motion.
Is there
There's no
a
motion
second
on
on
the
it?
floor.
Well, it's a first read. Councilman
Yeah, it's the first read.
sponsored it.
We can still discuss.
We can still discuss it.
Can I get to that?
Yeah.
Ms. Gowdy,
Ooh,
again, and Nathaniel Martin, because I also heard you. Be
Okay,
patient.
all
Ordinance
right.
number- Thank you. Ordinance number 28-20 is a first read. We did not have a sponsor until Councilman Austin stepped up and said he would sponsor ordinance number 28-20. Now, discussion starting with Councilman Austin, please.
Greetings, Council President. Thank you for the opportunity. And when it came to the discussion, the initial use of this facility, I did not support. But when it came down to having a solution for the person that would visit the court, which cannot be shut down, to have the privilege of a restroom, a decent restroom, I mean, there's no refuting that. So if we want to shut down City Hall and stop them from walking from the front of the building where the police office is, down through the building, all the way down to the first floor, we have to have a restroom solution. And this is one of the options that came up that was seemingly most feasible, especially when it did not cost the city the burden of the $61.96. So if that is being taken care of by the CARES Act, because it is a result of the COVID-19, I support.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gowdy.
Go ahead.
yes, I'm all for it if it was for a benefit for the inside of our bathrooms, you know, but for the outside, I cannot support this because I feel like that's too much money for a toilet and for outside, you know. And I feel like we should just try to find another solution.
Thank you. Any other,
And then invest our money
Yes,
somewhere else where the
yes.
money.
Hello, yes.
Council Vice President?
I had a question, Mr. President.
Y'all just cut
I
me.
apologize. I didn't see your hand. I apologize. I will promise I'll get to you.
All right.
I
You
was,
can come back.
I guess my concern with this portable toilet is number one, where we gonna locate it? We gonna put it in the
Yeah.
parking lot? That's number one. And number two, we have a serious issue when it comes to lawsuits in this city. And what I see, what's gonna happen, this city doesn't have any insurance. And so you need some liability insurance if you're gonna put a vehicle like this outside and have people going in and out of it. You opening yourself up for some serious situations in the event that, you know, people just do what they do, you know? And so I'm concerned about that. And this city doesn't have any insurance. So how do we fight off this liability issue, especially in light of the fact that we just got a judgment for $20 million?
Thank you. Councilman Nathaniel Martin?
Yeah, my thing was basically the city asked what I was wondering where it's gonna be located. I also want to know is, I guess you gotta have one for the men, you have to have one for women. Is it interchangeable? And I was looking at our bathrooms that we have here now in the basement, which this guy who cleans them does a pretty good job in the men's room. I don't know about the women's room. So I don't know what's the deal about if people come out to court, they go downstairs and use the bathroom, or they have a bathroom for men down there and a bathroom for women. We could clean it up and make it look a lot better. I mean, but this guy does an excellent job. And there also is, I think, there's 2 bathrooms on the 2nd floor. I don't know if it's for employees, but if we need to spend the money, is that what we're doing? But the guy that does the cleaning of the bathrooms in City Hall does an excellent job. Okay, it's much better than it's been in years. There's toilet paper in there. The floors are clean. He's on top of it in the men's room. So I'm assuming he's on top of it in the ladies' room. If we want to make it better or make it, even the toilets are flushing better. It flushes real well. I was there today. Okay, so I'm trying to understand what are we trying to do here? Explain that to me. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Chief of Staff?
To the location, in the back parking lot between the police garage and the fire department are cages where we have trailer units that was once to hold prisoners. We're going to take one of those trailer units out and put the restroom there. It will be behind a locked fence, and people who need to use the bathroom will be escorted to it. There are 2 stalls and a shower because it's going to have multiple uses. The reason we're keeping people.
Give it to the police.
Can you hit mute, please?
You don't waste the money.
The reason that we want to keep people out of the building because we don't want people to come in contact with our employees. Our employees use the restrooms on the 2nd floor and on the ground floor, and people come in contact with each other. We don't test for COVID when people are coming into the building. We don't know if they have it. In order to properly protect the employees, if we eliminate the possibility of folks who are going to court to come in contact, especially where body fluids are expelled, keeping them out of those restrooms keeps our employees safer. The second use for these restrooms is that we're about to hire 2 female firefighters, and there are no facilities in our 70-year-old fire department restroom. This will be an excellent opportunity for those female firefighters to have a place to go and take a shower after fighting a fire. So it'll have multiple uses within this thing. Cities all over the country are ordering them. If you've never been in the business of ordering one of these, then you may think it's expensive. This is the going rate, and if we don't get our order in, we won't be able to get it until 2021 because they're ordering them all over the country to do exactly what we're planning on doing with them. And as the councilman said, it is a direct response to COVID-19, so it's covered in the coronavirus funding. And we should provide the best facilities, not just facilities. When we have an opportunity to provide the best facilities, because one day, one of you may use it. You may come in from setting aside your $100,000 to get lawnmowers and cut grass like the mayor and I do, and you may come up here, store your thing and want to take a shower and have great facilities to use when you need to do that. So it has multiple uses. Cities around the country are ordering them, and it is necessary for us to keep our employees safe, and we should provide, when we have the opportunity, really nice facilities instead of some porta potty that you have to dump every once in a while, and none of us like using porta potties. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Vice President, before I make my
I guess I have a question for the Chief of Staff, and I don't know if any of you remember, several months ago, we were invited to the mayor's office for a meeting. And while we were there, he shared with us plans to finish the policeman's bathroom, I believe. Mm-hmm. So if they finish the policeman's the female section of the police officer's bathroom, why do we need to pay $67,000 for a bathroom when the female police officer's bathroom should be done by now based on the cost associated with it that I saw? And we could take $67,000 and solve this whole problem, because we could give each one of those employees a laptop and send them home And then if the people want to come in there and use the bathroom, they can come use the bathroom because our employees will be at home like everybody else's employees doing their work.
So if I can respond to that, Council President. Every government have essential employees who come to work every day. Our staff levels are so low that everybody's an essential employee. Everybody's an essential employee. I would love to go home. We've been working longer hours coming in, and Council Vice President, you know this, even through the food pantry, doing more during COVID, this COVID environment than any other time. We don't have the luxury of being able to run the government from folks' homes. We don't have a bench of employees. If we have a person who provides a specific function, because of our staffing levels, that's the only person who's skilled in that particular function. So we can't just send people home because they are all essential. When we have the ability to do so, and we're looking to do that at the end of this month, to at least give people a 5-day breather away from City Hall so that when we can come back and sanitize the entire building, we're looking to do that. But there is no government in Cuyahoga County that is running their government from their employees' living rooms. Not a single one. They may have some people who are at home, but not the entire government. I'll give you an example. Maple Heights, what they simply did was stagger their employees. One employee comes in a set of hours, and then the next employee comes in another set of hours. They did not send anybody home. And that's Cuyahoga County, the county of Cuyahoga is putting people on furloughs. So they're sending people home and not paying them. So there's a combination of responses to this environment, and there's really the real consistency is that they're not running their governments from the living rooms of their employees' homes. That's just not a possibility. And furthermore, the female firefighters, it is not the sole purpose of this restroom. It's only part of that. And they would have to leave. They would essentially have to walk outside and walk back in to go to the restroom. They would have to walk out, walk back in to take a shower, and then walk back outside and walk back in. Crossing, if this is next to the fire department, that distance is drastically cut for the female firefighters. And yes, we are finishing a locker room for female police officers. It's a closet actually that is being converted to a couple of stalls and a shower for them. So we are addressing it from all fronts. But this restroom is not simply for female firefighters. That's just a secondary use. The primary use is so that the courts and the amount of people, and if you come in on a Tuesday, if you come in on a Monday, if you come on a Thursday, the amount of people inside of City Hall in that congested area, and then they're tracking all the way through to the restrooms where Councilman Martin was just talking about, and you have no way to determine whether or not they're healthy. That is a risk that can be mitigated, and in some cases essentially eliminated, if we provide facilities that they can use that the employees don't have to use. If we're talking about safety, this is a safety measure, which is covered by the coronavirus funding. And it's a facility that's nice, because far too often we provide subpar facilities for our people, and we need to stop doing it when we can, and here's an opportunity to do so. Thank you very much.
Where's the liability insurance here?
Excuse me, could we move the meeting? Could we move the meeting next to?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
It's my turn to speak. I haven't spoke yet. Council President doesn't debate, but I can speak. And I wish I had the opportunity to speak yesterday when my phone went out because I wouldn't have had, because I would rather be speaking to the mayor, no disrespect to our great chief of staff, but I would rather be speaking to the mayor yesterday when I had the opportunity. But again, my phone went out. We are not going to always disagree. What I do agree on is we are supposed to be providing the best facilities for not only our residents, but for our co-workers. That's great that we have something coming up in the near future, a cleaning company or whatever. But the bottom line is since this pandemic, we are in a pandemic. This is not a game. This is not a joke. The bottom line is City Hall is filthy, period. The one janitor that Councilman Martin that was speaking on that was doing a great job, I believe he's out on the field. So there's no one in City Hall to constantly clean up. People end up on the 3rd floor because there's no one at the front desk to tell the people where to go. There's no one at City Hall screening to see if people are sick. I do agree with that. And that's a shame. We have police officers getting sick. We have people downstairs getting sick. We have the courts getting sick. Yesterday, I wish our chief of staff was here because yesterday our mayor changed his story about the females going outside to use the bathroom. That's all I'll say about that. It's a shame that we are not looking out for City Hall first. We are not looking out for our police officers, for the people that come in City Hall. No, we cannot close down City Hall, but this to me is definitely not the answer. What if our police force need the truck while it's a court time going on? What if our firefighters need the truck while it's court going on? What if our firefighters need to use the restroom while court is going on? There are plenty repairs in City Hall that can be made. There are plenty things that can be done before we go out and contract the people to help us spend the funding and all that. There's things that can be done now. There's the hand washing, the touchless hand washing sinks. We don't need a consultant for that. We don't need a consultant to stick somebody at the front door to tell somebody they can't go upstairs. We don't need a consultant to have somebody sitting there zapping foreheads to take people's temperature. When the pandemic first happened, we had someone there. Now I also do my due diligence and I also check around with people. There's no way that my mind is clear on this vehicle right now, period, before we get City Hall addressed, period. There are things that can be done while we are waiting on these consultants. There has things that can already have been done. Hey, and listen, again, our great chief of staff wasn't here yesterday. The mayor changed the story when Councilman Austin asked him about those females going outside. He changed the story on that. Chief of staff wasn't here yesterday. I do not feel comfortable. The people, I've talked to people up the hill and down the hill. This is one of those times where I beg of anyone to go tell the people that Ernest Smith is against this. I beg of you, because I know for a fact that the people are against this before you get City Hall fixed. There, again, I'm gonna repeat this again. This pandemic been going on all year. Understand, I know we're about to hire a cleaning company and all that, but the bottom line is people are getting sick right now. Every time council gets a report of who got sick, our mayor always leaves out people. But it just so happened that you have people on this council who does their due diligence. So I know, and this council knows the individuals that have gotten sick or thought they were sick. The bottom line is there is more things that we as a government can do to protect the people of East Cleveland, and especially our workers, our police officers, our firefighters. I would rather for the mayor came to say this truck was for the police, not to say it's for the safety, for the bathroom and all that. Fix the bathrooms at City Hall, have somebody at that front door. leading people where to go. And I guarantee, as the mayor say, people be on their phone and all of a sudden find their way upstairs. Well, if you have somebody escorting and telling people the proper procedure inside of City Hall, that wouldn't be a problem. So I know myself and my colleagues, we agree a lot. I
Breaking up.
right now. That's how I feel. No. I'm sorry. Without City Hall, and again, I know City Hall in a couple of weeks. People get sick. People don't feel safe there. People feel that people more. It's down
Councilor
there.
Smith, you waving in and out.
5 or 6 more pieces of legislation.
You know what? I will put that in right.
Order of the day.
So,
Mr. Smith, what are you doing? Because you're breaking up now. What are you doing? We can't hardly hear you. You keep breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I said I disagree with moving this on. I said City Hall. I said a lot. I said City Hall needs to be fixed first. It's the
You gobble now.
Well, I don't think anybody is opposed to that. And I just went to the bathroom because I knew we would be here for another 15 minutes. I just wanted to share with one of the sinks works in the men's room. One of the sinks does not work. So your point about repairing and that should be included in all of this, period. So,
Starting
right.
first.
So I don't know about the women's bathroom. I don't know. I don't think anybody here goes to the women's bathroom. I think they both need to be looked at. Okay, this money can be used to that. I also think that there should be someone besides the guy who cleans up. There should be a schedule that he checks the bathroom, like I guess hourly. If he has to wipe them down and sanitize or whatever the case may be, I think all that could be worked out.
And yesterday I went into the women's bathroom on the second floor. It is terrible. You know, the floor is dirty and everything. So, you know, invest something if anybody gonna invest in our bathrooms at City Hall. That's where the money should be going. And I thank you for that.
As I stated earlier, about the planning, we're going to do every restroom in City Hall, make them all touchless, pull out all the old stuff, redo all the plumbing, the toilets, the sinks, the dividers in every building in City Hall. That's what I was talking about when I was talking about we're putting together the plan to address not just a single building, but every building that we own, as well as construct one for the service department. I talked about that earlier in this thing. So there are two tracks that are running here, and it's well within council's prerogative to approve it or disapprove it. I'm just telling you the reasons why we were ordering it.
Thank you, Chief of Staff. Appreciate you.
Mr. Smith, based on what you said, what everyone's saying, can this legislation be revised and add the money also be used to clean the bathrooms and do all this stuff so that we have it in writing instead of a lot of verbiage all the time?
More than enough.
Legislation can only have one subject matter.
Yep.
Well, we can change it to repair bathrooms in City Hall.
And then fix the elevator.
Legislation can only have one subject matter.
I heard you, Corey. What I'm saying is change the legislation to use the money to repair the bathrooms in City Hall.
And fix the elevators.
Councilman Austin?
Greetings.
Where are we with that? I mean, based on what Ernest said and everybody's saying, everybody's agreeing that the bathrooms need to be repaired, clean or whatever. So instead of getting this portable thing, why don't we just change the legislation or bring a new piece saying that we want to repair the bathrooms in use the money to repair the bathrooms in City Hall.
That has to be approved. That has to be one of the approved guidelines for the grant. Remember, this is a grant.
Right, can I
Okay,
say-
well,
Listen, with the CARES Act funding, so the chief of staff is correct about that. Fixing City Hall as far as like the sinks and all that, as far as like the plastic dividers, things of that nature, anything that has to do with COVID, we can fix the building with that. What
Okay.
I'm
If
saying
it's
is,
approved, then
during the
fine.
pandemic, what I'm saying is the City Hall is been dirty. What I'm saying is the consultants and all that, that's gonna take another 4 weeks. What I'm saying is, it's things that we can do with that $2.3 million. Yes, I don't mind getting the consultants, but really I do, but because I feel that we can consult most of this ourselves. We know what City Hall needs as far as sinks and everything like that. We can do that ourselves.
Okay, well, can I share a couple of notes? I did meet with the mayor, I think it was last week, and he talked about touchless restrooms. That's where you're adding all the touchless sinks, touchless faucets, touchless urinals,
right?
Toilets, hand dryers, adding a restroom for the female firefighters. He talked about that little building thing, and I asked him to actually put a restroom for the female firefighters inside the building, find the space. He also talked about the rehab for the MLK being on hold, but being, having all the materials on site waiting for the crew to come back because they had to go do another emergency job. The service garage for the construction for the new service garage was on the list. Also, fire stations 1 and 2 will also be rehabbed and outfitted with new latrines for touchless service for our employees and firefighters at those 2 fire stations. So there is a move afoot to get some of these things taken care of, and they were a result of COVID-19 necessity and a combination of future planning for the benefit of the employees for the great city of East Cleveland. So I think we all have exceptional concern about how we get there so that our employees can be safe. And I applaud the council for standing up for our employees. And that's all I have as far as the updates that he provided when I met with the mayor last week. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, where are we at with 2820?
Right now, it's a first read, sir. If my colleagues want to move it, we can move it. If not, then it'll stay in committee.
Put it in committee.
It's not in committee now, is it?
No, it's not. It's not in committee now.
Put it back in committee.
We can put it back in the committee.
I move that we put legislation 2820 in committee.
I second.
So noted.
Dr. Guy?
Take the call of roll, Dr. Guy.
Okay. We didn't need to call a roll to put it back in committee.
No, we don't need to call a roll for that. Dr. Guy?
You all not voting on this. You're just putting it back in committee.
No, I know. I was calling your name. I was gonna say. I know it could it could go in the. I was gonna ask Councilman Austin to put it in his committee.
I'll support. That's no problem at all. We can discuss it there.
And then we discuss it, but in committee, it need to be discussed.
Thank you, Councilman Austin.
Thank you, Brother President.
I thank you all.
For the record, it's going back into the Contracts and Property Committee.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Move to resolution number 20-20, emergency and resolution mayor to accept the bid of with Raniak Paving, Burton, Ohio, 44021 for the fiscal year 2020 street improvement project, including Alverson, Doan, Hillsborough, Beersford, and bid alternate Shaw as an emergency for public health, safety, and welfare, requested by the Community Development Department and sponsored by Timothy R. Austin, Counselor at Large.
Thank you. Resolution number 20-20 bears the name of Councilman Timothy R. Austin. What is your pleasure?
These streets have been so contentious. I almost want to redo, but we're gonna get some folks. We're gonna do some stuff in every ward. So I guess I guess I like to sponsor this resolution and reluctantly sponsor resolution number 20-20 and reluctantly move for its adoption.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'm glad to see Bishop on there.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Bridgeford too.
Yeah, but Bishop wasn't on the original list. That's probably why you didn't get a second.
I give you a second, Mr. President. I second it.
Motion and second. Discussion, Councilman Austin?
Yes, the discussion is that as a council, we have to start doing our due diligence and not just doing it and talking like we walked for like, was it 2 years ago, we walked these streets and beat our brains and talked to people and blood, sweat, and tears, late night, rain, dark, it didn't matter. We was out there walking, counting potholes, doing all this good stuff to make sure we got the, I'm gonna say the most bang for the buck. And we kind of looked the other, not look the other way, we didn't really stand our ground as it pertained to which streets were most important for our residents. And now, council, things have bubbled up into information and action. So when I looked at these streets, there was some notes that I took about these particular streets and how they should be done. But I also said, you know what, council, let's stop playing around. If we are gonna do the right thing by the residents of the city, we need to be saying which streets are done. We need to say, this is what we're gonna do with these dollars. Playtime is over. So again, took in this information initially, and then I went and talked to some folks that asked me, you know, can you take a look at my street? And I went down my street and it still looked terrible. And
You talk about Speedway Overlook, Austin?
Speedway ain't bad. I live on a decent street.
You talk about Page?
I'm talking about Page. Page has collapsed about 4 or 5 times. They keep on patching it, and it's collapsing right in front of my building. Please consider going around there and taking a look. But that's neither here nor there, because I'm telling you right now, the council keep on listening to every little thing instead of doing some pushback. You're going to continue to be bowled over. You're not going to be effective on certain matters. So these are the things that we're supposed to do. If you don't like this list, you change it to what you want it to be. You only
Well, I don't like the list. I didn't submit the list. My streets on here in Ward 4 are not streets that I submitted for repair, and my recommendation is to
Let's
talk.
go in order, good people. Let's go in order. Go ahead, Councilman.
2 more seconds, please. Just a few more seconds.
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you, this is a list for consideration. But if you want to do your thing as a council person on this council for this city, you have to come up with your own list. You're only limited by the dollars that are available. The street, yeah, if it's not life, limb, or eyesight, that means that somebody's gonna fall into a sinkhole, break an arm because the pothole is so deep. There's other alternatives to this particular list. And it's not up to somebody else, it's up to you. If you want to change, you change it. That's what you have to do starting today. No more just going with the flow. You are responsible for what's going on in the city and in your ward. So if you don't like this list, make it reflect what you reflect. So that's all I have. Thank you, Brother President.
Thank you, Councilman Austin. Any of my other colleagues before I get the Chief of Staff?
Yes, I don't like this list. This is representing Ward 4. This is not a list that I chose to represent Ward 4. So from where I stand, and as I look at some of these streets on here, Shaw been repaired for 4 or 5 years, every year in a row. Dome's been repaired before. We got streets that haven't been repaired in our ward since they put the blacktop on top of the bricks in 1987. So this doesn't suit the needs of Ward 4.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gowdy.
Yes, and I agree. Roslyn is really getting terrible. It's sinking in the middle. They become, the water department becoming digging holes and just leaving sinkholes, you know, it just wear and tear throughout the months. And Carden is terrible. You need to go over there. And also, Terrace is really terrible. We've been talking about Terrace long time ago, before we even talked about the streets being fixed. Terrence really need a lot of attention over there.
Thank you. Just a little advice. You might don't want to take it, but trust me, your people will want their streets done before they want tears. That's just a little advice for you. You can take it or not. Councilman Austin. I'm sorry, Councilman Nathaniel Martin.
Calling me now, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Gotti still speaking, and then I'll speak. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gotti.
President Smith,
Go ahead.
You passed through that street, and that street had traffic going back and forth. We need that street to be open.
With our small funds, with our little bit of funds that we get, I'm just trying to help you. If you spend the funds on that instead of where people live, they won't like it.
Keep repeating yourself with the same streets over and over again.
Okay,
on some of the streets, and we need some attention over there on Terrace. Could you please find some funds to do that?
All right, thank you. Councilman Nathaniel Martin.
I'm looking at the amount that we're working with here, everyone, 298,106.
Right.
And we got to start somewhere. So I heard what the council vice president said, Corrine Stevenson, nothing in 4, but there is a 1 and 3 in some in other areas. So we got to start somewhere. And we went through the bidding process and all that to get here. So I think we need to open up our minds and get started. And maybe on the next allocation, we can get streets in 4 and streets in 2. And you only got 1 street in 3. So I think we should act on this. And then I think we ought to make sure, I remember I brought up months ago about Beersford, and it's on here. So Page could have been on here, and some streets in Ward 4 could have been on here. So I'll leave it there.
That's the thing, Councilman. Then I'll get straight to you, Chief of Staff. That's the thing. To our new council members, basically we all really new except for Councilman Martin. But this right here is the list we came up with in 2018. Yes, our new council people have the right to change their streets and their ward, but the bottom line is this here was already stamped. Our mayor, and because our chief of staff is going to talk, just to let him know and remind everyone that our mayor already gave us his reasoning for redetermining the streets. So just remember
that
Mayor King already gave us his reasons, which I did some due diligent checking on that. Remember, and Dawn is in my ward, and I still don't agree with Dawn. I know Dawn has had a lot of work done. The mayor says, well, I'll hear from the chief of staff first, but just know that the mayor already gave us his reasoning for changing the streets, and it's not right, period. It's not right. I will take Dawn, for example. We know that the RTA has worked on Dawn. We know that RTA and the Salvation Army want us to be a good partner and finish up that little piece of Dawn. Well, the mayor says that, and I wish he was here, or I wish my phone was working yesterday, but he'll get the message. The mayor says that the residents that use the Salvation Army asking for the rest of Dawn to be paid. Well, I already was contacted by people from RTA and the Salvation Army. I know that they want us to be a good neighbor. I've talked to residents that utilize the Salvation Army, and they would rather have the streets that they live on paid before the rest of Dawn. Dawn has had work on it. Shaw is partly in my ward, but I don't care about wards. I care about the whole city. Shaw has had plenty of work on it. Page is not even in my ward, but Page was caving in. One of these streets that's on the list, our mayor said, because it was caving in. Well, Page is on the list, and Page been caving in. Listen, we all know the top half of Beersford need help, but the bottom line is, it's not one person live on that top part of Beersford. The residents in that ABC elder building is fenced off. They don't drive that way. I don't understand how this list was changed. But as my colleague said, I know what to do. It's time to not just to go, just to try to, you know, get along and make us cordial and all this. No, this is not right. We have a list right here, already stamped in stone. We have a list already. Listen, we need Rosemont done before we need the top of Beersford. Strathmore, the people of Graham got promised that their street was going to get fixed. We have streets out here that have been promised they are going to get fixed, and it's not right. But I really can't see me saying turning down any street work, but I want it known on the record that is not right. Period. No matter what anyone says. The mayor gave us our reasoning already. He gave us our reasoning on each street. It's not right. Period. Period. He came to us and said, what did he say 2 years ago? We want to work together. You all pick the street, pick some streets, and I'll pick some streets. We get to the meeting and the mayor picked all the streets. It's not right. That's a dictatorship, not a democracy. Not over me. Thank you. Chief of Staff, please.
So,
Where are we?
The Chief
After
of
you
Staff,
preaching, where are we right now?
can I get a chance?
Chief of Staff.
Yeah. So, however the streets are picked, there's one street in here that is extremely important because several years ago, we resurfaced Alverson. And then there's a water main break that destroyed it. So a street that we put hundreds of thousands of dollars in is about to go bad. We either fix it or waste the hundreds of thousands of dollars it took to resurface Alverson. So it's your prerogative. I would love to see that list. If that was the case, I would advocate for cooperation and communication. But I have to tell you, this is the administration that even invited council to help choose streets. In previous administrations, it never happened. Now, if we,
brother Chief of Staff,
can I finish?
All due respect, Smithley. All
If
due
we win,
respect.
Council President, if we went
I
off,
did not.
Council President,
I was not included on none of these streets that y'all picked
weren't
out,
here
so I
in
should have a right to pick out
you
the
weren't here in
streets that I should
2017.
have.
You weren't here in 2017. And Council President, you know me. I'm all about a spirit of cooperation and openness. And I would even advocate for
You
that.
have not talked to me at all
Council
about
Gowdy,
any
please.
streets.
Council Gowdy. Go
Council
ahead, Chief.
President, if you all don't pass this, then you just don't pass it. And we'll come back down and sit back down and go back to the drawing board. I can tell you this. I can tell you this with all sincerity. The mayor did not intentionally cut anybody out. He looked at the little bit of money and he spread it out. What can you do with $298,000? But make repairs. Our CDBG money is not necessarily for repairs. It's for resurfacing. Right. This little bit of money was trying to spin out to do repairs in the guise of resurfacing. But if council doesn't want to do it and you want to do repairs in other places, I would only suggest that you do Alverson, because several years ago, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars repairing that street. It's going to go to waste if we don't fix that. That's my only request. Pass it, don't pass it. Go back to the drawing board. The spirit of cooperation has always been the hallmark of this administration. Nobody's perfect. And I can say that about each and every council person that's there. that nobody's perfect. We make mistakes.
All
We
due
overlook
respect,
things.
Mr. Kennedy, this is still my ward at the end of the day. And we have not sat down and talked at no table about this. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the council president. We've all have overlooked
you
things.
talking to me, communicate with me. That's what I'm saying.
Why? Your behavior now is why. But everybody has made mistakes. Everybody in this government have overlooked things inadvertently.
This is about business, and you're not doing it the right way.
Look at how you're conducting business now, right? So everybody, there's no perfect person in any perfect situation. If you don't pass this, we sit down, we go back, we look at the drawing board, and we get it done the way we originally intended. I only suggest that you put Alverson on it because we're going to waste hundreds of thousands of dollars if you look at the condition of the road that we spent money on. That concludes my comments, Council President.
Thank you. So, I do agree that cooperation, well, we talking about you. I agree with that. You always try to, well, at least let me in on some things. My thing is sometimes you all think that you bringing us to day one, but it's really day 3 and 4. And you have to understand how I feel. For last year, for our mayor to say we're going to split the streets and split the funding and everything, none of us had a call to let us know that he changed his mind. That's not a mistake. When the legislation was brought in front of us, it was only the streets that he picked. And he told us why. He gave us his reasons why. We basically got cut out. So therefore, I don't trust anything that's going on as far as this thing goes. Here is a long list of streets for our mayor to pick from that we already worked together to choose.
Right.
Obviously, wasn't caving in back then. I understand it's caving in now. Me personally, I don't care about the war. I would have no problem getting Alverson fixed. I really do. My only problem is saying things and then changing them. It's not a mistake when we thinking one thing and it comes back, it's another thing. Again, Brother Chief, you wasn't here. The mayor told us he picking these this year, and I'll let you all pick the ones next year. It's unacceptable. How many times you think he gonna keep telling us that, no matter who in that seat? No one is gonna keep telling us that it's not right. And for the life of me, I don't know how Beresford, the top half of Beresford got on there. It's not right. And you know, again, you wasn't here. The mayor dropped, maybe this was a mistake. He said, we only got 250,000 when I know that that's not true. We have close to 300,000. It's still close to the same thing, no big deal, but I'm just saying, give the correct numbers. It's only 250,000, so what? You get to dictate all this. Really, the people should be picking. None of us should be picking. The people should be picking what streets to be paid. And it's not right. We have certain things that the mayor do follow through on, and we work together on, but he have certain things and certain days that he flip it to dictatorship. Period.
Council President.
This is how I feel.
Council President, it can't be a dictatorship because it has to be passed by council, right? So if council disapproves it, then it doesn't pass.
Right. I said he act like it. He act like a dictatorship. But you know what? That's a conversation for him and I. So that's fine.
Okay.
That's okay. I thank you all.
Also, this has gone through 2 prior council approvals.
No.
Before we even put the bid out.
This has gone through 2 prior council conversations. We can listen. We haven't voted or approved on anything. This went through a conversation. Committee meeting.
Council President,
Council President,
is,
I mean, resolutions that were put out and were passed so that we could put the bid out. Of course, that was a year or so ago.
I understand. I'm talking about the streets that was picked. Councilman Austin?
Council President, this is Director Leach. I'd like to speak if I could.
Go ahead.
In the process of picking streets, when we have our community meeting through CDBG, that's when everybody has a chance to put their concerns, issues, or what they want done with the funds through CDBG. Normally, we don't get any responses to that. And that's the time when you speak up and say what you want done and what streets you would like to have done. If we don't pass this legislation today or pass this legislation for this moving forward, we stand the risk of losing or having the funds deobligated because we use a large percentage of our CDBG funds to make sure that we are in compliance with HUD, because we can't have 1.5% of our allocated funds sitting in our line of credit each year. If we don't move forward now, we'll push the timetable back and we'll lose this construction season to have the streets done. That we're putting ourselves in grave danger of having funds deobligated. That's my only comment.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Councilman Austin?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
what's the timeline on that, funds being deobligated so we can provide you a response? Because this is like one day of hard work to fix this. When is the deadline?
Well, you have to, if we went back and redid the streets, the engineer would then have to go back and do it all again. Then we have to rebid it. So now the construction season, the plants normally close for asphalt around November, December, depending on the weather. So if right now we're in August,
right,
and the funds still haven't been released for 2020 yet, because we're waiting for our consolidated plan to be finished. We should probably finish our consolidated plan next week. Then we'll submit that to HUD. Then they'll look at it, take a couple of weeks and approve it. So we're probably not going to get our money until October. And then we'll be in a rush then to have the contractor then start and try to meet the deadline of before the asphalt plants close.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question.
October 31st is our deadline for the 1.5% of our funds.
Okay, so
but that might be pushed back due to the virus.
Right, but to make a long story short, we have time to adjust these streets. However, the window is narrow, and we're gonna be okay. Is that close to accurate?
No.
No.
This is a year and a half worth of work that's already been done. And plus, the next season, there'll be more streets that can be selected and can be weighed in on by the public in the meetings that Milran sets up.
Okay, let me ask you, because Beersford just came up on this list like within the last 30 days. So a year and a half of work don't sound like it's lining up with the information. So, yes.
Go ahead, Chief.
I don't know all the timelines specifically, but I like to ask Mel, do we have to pay for engineering to be done again?
His fee will probably go up because now he's going over. We're paying him this year $50,000 for his engineering services. So everything is going to go up.
So if we pick more streets and they have to be engineered, will we have to pay more, or is it covered in this $50,000?
Yes.
It's covered?
Yes. We would have to pay more.
And then also, let me ask you, what's the allocation for 2020 for resurfacing? What are we estimating?
We put in the budget And remind you that the action plan hasn't been submitted yet, but it's 200. Council approved our tentative budget at 299,000.
So why are we only putting those amounts when those really doesn't get it really doesn't get us more than half of a resurfacing, a real resurfacing?
That was the budget that we put forward, and that's what everybody approved.
So can we change that and put more in that line item?
Yeah.
We can put more, but it's going to take away from another line item because we only get the $1 million. And if we take and put more money into the street, we already had some money left over that was from prior year. That's how we're able to go up more on the streets that we had, because we only had 299. The Rhineyak bid is 321, plus we had to pay the engineer because we had money that was deobligated. That money was deobligated, but it goes into the general fund of the CDBG. So we're safe in making sure that we can pay. But council, I would say for council, they would need to, next year when we have our public meeting and they wanted more streets done, then they would have to approve us and say we want to approve a budget that put more line item into street resurfacing.
Because Council President, all I'm trying to do here is if we don't move these streets forward, there's some kind of penalty, and understand what the penalties are. If we can come back, and that's one part of this. The second part of this is the action plan for 2021. If we can look at that entire budget and move monies around and get us above 299,000, then that means you get more than 299,000 to do real resurfacing versus the patch job that this little money is doing. I'm just trying to think of, can we satisfy making sure that we don't get these monies deobligated, but give you real dollars in 2021 to do a real resurfacing versus this patch work that's going on in 2020.
Chief of Staff, if I can add to that too, is we're using CDBG money. We can also use general fund money. The general fund money has less restrictions on it.
So we have to be careful with that. I'm just trying to help council think through this, because I you know me, Council President, I'm a person of my word. I just want to make sure that we can satisfy both sides of this without having this money deobligated, but get you what you need, which is get you confidence that you will have the ability to pick these streets, and maybe you pick them this year for next year and you put it in a piece of legislation versus the sheet of paper that you have there. Pass it this year for next year's resurfacing so that it's law.
Well,
and then when
let me say this. I appreciate, thank you, Brother Mayor Rand. I figured we wouldn't have to make it a law because we was having a good working relationship. And again, council talked to the people to come up with this list. This list didn't come from council. It was a combination of Brother Mayor Rand's meeting, us going out like we supposed to do as council people and do our due diligence and speak with people. Let me articulate my thoughts better now that I have time to calm down and think. Again, I really couldn't see myself voting no not to get any street in East Cleveland worked on. That isn't what I'm saying. I'm saying is let's keep our word to each other. That's what I'm saying. The things that our good brother Mayor Rand just suggested, they were already done. That's how we came up with this list. I feel that even if it's a street that I want to change on here, I feel it shouldn't be changed because this list is already solid from 2 years ago. Our new council people have the right to change the streets in their wards because they were not on council when this list was made. So they didn't have the chance to go out and talk to the people. This list is definitely not from the council's brain. Even if all of us couldn't make to our great building and housing meeting, trust me, some of us have other meetings, and this list came from the people. My only thing I was saying is, if we are having a cooperative working relationship, our mayor can't tell us one thing, and then when it's time to vote or bring to the table with legislation, we have a whole nother thing in front of us. A phone call, a meeting, something, some type of heads up to let us know. Because think about it, Chief of Staff, we're out there telling our residents, hey, we are about to get your street fixed. We're working with the administration to get our street fixed. $450,000, we control a half, the mayor's office control a half. Then all of a sudden we come to the meeting and lo and behold, none of these streets are on the list. Who looks silly then? We do. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Dr. Guy, if there's no more discussion, you can call for the vote.
Hold on one second.
I apologize, Councilman Austin.
I asked a question on the suspense for this. What was the suspense for this? And it wasn't like a year and a half in the making, because it couldn't have been, because Bishop just hit the list. So this list was to be revised. What is
Tim Austin?
Deadline? Bill Rand Leach, could you answer that question for me, please?
I really couldn't understand what you were saying,
Yeah,
Councilman.
If there was a deadline for this list to be revised by, what is that deadline?
I think we're at the deadline now, because our spend down is October 31st. So I'm not sure, and I can't answer and say with 100% certainty, because due to the COVID-19, a lot of things have been pushed back. So I can't say right now if they're going to still make us have the spend down for October 31st or not. But right now the spend down is October 31st. That's when you have to have the money out the door.
Okay, so if we don't approve this legislation, will these dollars be deobligated and recalled by the government?
They wouldn't recall it, but I would then haven't been able to, like, for example, the paint program and emergency repair. We haven't been spending money because I and the staff have been going out doing inspects for the residents because of the virus. You don't want to get in contact. Today was a day I took part of the day, and I just because I didn't know how things are going to go. So I started going out, taking pictures, and so I can write the specs to get some of this money spent and out the door. But a large chunk of the money, you figure 300,000-400,000, close to, because with the engineer, that's about 400,000. That helps us reduce the amount of money that we have to spend for the spend down. If I have to go out and do 13 to 15 paint, 13 to 15 emergency repairs, that's a lot of pressure on putting on the contractors then to get this stuff done. You want to spend a big chunk of money, and the way we've been doing, and we've stayed consistent with HUD, and we stayed out of trouble because we always meet our spend down. I remember when I first came on board for the city of East Cleveland, we would have to spend in a couple of months $2 to $3 million. That's how you make mistakes, and that's how you get in trouble trying to spend that money fast. Doing the streets is a major help.
Speaking, sir.
Okay, so I still
I can understand nothing that was said.
Nothing. Go ahead, Mayor, brother, Mr. Leach.
So that's a major benefit for us, and I'll just go back and reiterate. When we have our public meeting, and we'll have it again coming up like in November, it's that time that the residents and council and administration have to come forward at that time and give comments on what they want done. You can put on the survey sheet. We send them out every year. I want such and such street. I need this street. Then we go back and we look at the budget, and that's how we set our budget, based on what we get.
So,
once that budget is set.
Mel, let me clarify something for them. So if we if we say we're going to do resurfacing, that's what you do at this meeting. If you're going to say you want money to go to home repair, that's what happens at this meeting. But we don't have to go to that meeting to pick the streets. You have chosen the streets with the mayor, and that's enough, and that should be honored. And I agree with that. I agree with that, and we need to figure out how we're going to move this thing forward. The real question is, Councilman Austin is saying, if we pick 3 different streets that total $298,000, can we get the engineering done in time? Can we get it bidded out in time to meet the spin down and to get it done before the closure of the asphalt plant? Is that possible?
No. Because he has to engineer it. Say it takes him 2 to 3 weeks to go out and survey it. Then you have to put it in the paper to have a public notice so people can bid on it. Then you have to give them time to bid on it. Then we have to have the bid opening.
And
then council would have to approve it.
How many weeks is that? From choosing streets tomorrow to awarding them, how many weeks is that?
If we choose streets, say tomorrow, it would take him about a week to engineer them. Then he has to put out the bid book. So now we're looking at the 1st or 2nd week of September. Then you have to put it in the paper for 2 weeks. But it has to run for 2 weeks. So now we're looking at the end of September. Then you have to have the bid opening. And if you have the bid opening, say the 1st of October, after that 1st of October, now you have your bid opening. We have to send it before council. I'm assuming council maybe can have a special meeting, but now we are we're in October, the middle of October. So the contractors, and the money has to be spent and out the door by October 31st.
So the money has to be spent, not obligated. Obligated meaning we're going to award it. We've awarded it. Spent mean we actually drew down on the money and paid people.
Yes.
So we have to have drawn down the money and paid people by the 31st.
Can we
Is that
move
what you
this
said,
to a
Mel?
vote right now
Yeah.
so we can get it on?
Councilman.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
we're ready for the vote, and I just want to say something very simple. We can do better the next time, but I think the wise thing for us to do is to pass this piece right now and make sure the next time that the new council people and all like that, we make sure they get the streets in. We always have a limited amount of, but all this is about process and procedure. So we don't want to get ourselves in a de-obligation situation, or a situation where we don't spend this money. So let's, I'm calling for the vote, sir. Let's vote it up or vote it down.
Thank you. Councilman Austin had a question that he asked, I don't think was answered, and that question was, how did Bedford get on the list June of 2020?
That seems to be in your call for some reason. I talked about Bedford for 3 years. Before 3 years, I talked about Bedford.
It wasn't on the list.
It's interest to the park. It ain't Bedford, it's interest to the park. The smallest amount of all the streets. That's why it's on there.
No one lives there.
That's what, it should have been on there 4 years ago.
Well, you should have put it on there.
We had people coming we had people coming when we had that big thing up there in the park, and they driving up there through that mess. It's been horrible for years. That's why Bedford's on there. Since it seems to be bothering you, that's why.
Get him, Martin. Did you put it on there? He can't get me. He politricking. He
politricking. You a politrick.
You're a politician.
Point of order, point of order.
Counselor Stevenson has, wants to make a comment.
Madam Vice President?
Yeah, I'm just, I guess I've been around this street surfacing thing. I've been to the meetings where they ask the public what they want. And I've been around this thing a little while, so I know that this is not the first time. And I also know that there are streets on the list where people were promised for that their streets were going to be repaired several years ago, and it didn't happen.
Right.
So, and I'm concerned about that. And now we're saying, oh, well, let's just go ahead and approve this, and next year it'll be different. We've been doing that for a couple years. And it doesn't seem like the council's getting what they want, even though they're going along to get along. That's all I have.
I have to respond to that because that's not, I don't understand. This is the first time that it happened. For whatever reason, it's the first time. And this is the first time that council was even given the opportunity to do so. So it's the first time that happened.
No.
I don't know why. I wasn't there when it happened. I understand why it happened, and we can. Well, you know, it's council's decision. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any more discussion from my colleagues?
We just need to call for the vote, President.
Yes, ma'am.
Ready to vote?
Dr. Guy, please.
Counselor Austin,
For the good of the order, yay.
Counselor Stevenson.
Nay.
I'm sorry, you said nay?
Yes.
Okay, Counselor Gowdy.
Nay.
Counselor Martin.
Yay.
Counselor Smith.
Yay.
Okay, resolution 2020 has failed.
Wow.
Okay. Moving on to the resolution number 21-20, first read, a resolution authorizing the mayor to sell, scrap, or trade certain identified inoperable surplus police vehicles through auction to dealers, sell or trade to dealers through competitive bidding, requested by the Police and Service Department, sponsored by Ernest L. Smith, the President, and also Council at Large.
It's a first read. Any discussion? Any discussion?
Well, just for the rest of these vehicles, they were primarily connected to the CARES Act, where the vehicles were either inoperable already and or in need of upgrade. And they would be hopefully traded in according to our conversation, and the city would get a return on that trade-in, and a vehicle will be provided later on to replace these vehicles that are being turned in.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Chief of Staff. That's first read. Moving on to the next one. Dr. Guy, next resolution, please.
Okay, resolution number 22-20, a first read, a resolution authorizing the mayor to sell, scrap, or trade certain identified inoperable surplus police, building and housing service vehicles through the auction to dealers, sell or trade to dealers through competitive bidding, requested by the Police, Building and Housing and Service Department, sponsored by Ernest L. Smith, Council President, and Timothy Austin, Councilor at Large.
Any discussion? Is also a first read.
I have.
Chief of Staff.
First read.
We have we have double 22-20s, double 23-20s, double 24-20s, double 25-20s. So 2 pieces of legislation has the same designation.
One's an ordinance and one's a resolution.
Okay. All right, good. Okay, thank you. I didn't see that. Good job.
One's an ordinance. And
When you
one's
get old, you got to see a lot of things.
I ain't got my glasses on.
We're gonna move it forward unless there's any discussion from my colleagues.
No.
Thank you, Dr. Guy. We move that forward. Resolution number 22-24.
Resolution number 23-20 is an emergency. The resolution to authorize the mayor to enter into a lease or purchase agreements for the acquisition of city vehicles for the use of the fire department, a Silverado 2500 4x4 WT Crew Chevrolet, reflected in the exhibit A
Who's
attached.
speaking?
Dr. Guy.
You gotta speak up. We can't hear you.
Well, I'm speaking loud on my end, so I'm not sure what's
Now
going
we can hear you.
on. Well, okie dokie. Let me start over because you interrupted me. Resolution number 23-20, an emergency. A resolution to authorize the mayor to enter into a lease or purchase agreements for the acquisition of city vehicles for the use by the fire department, Silverado 2500 4x4 WT Crew Chevrolet, reflected in Exhibit A, attached here too, and declaring an emergency for the public health, safety, and welfare, requested by the mayor, sponsored by Ernest L. Smith, council president, and Timothy R. Austin, council at large.
I'd like to pass the gavel to Madam Vice President.
Councilor President Smith, this legislation bears your name. What is your pleasure?
I'd like to sponsor resolution 23-20 and move for its adoption.
Second.
Discussion. Chief of Staff, you want to speak on this? I know this is an idea that came from our former chief, I was about to say Walcott. What's his name again?
Saliga.
Wilcox.
Oh, former Chief Wilcox. Okay.
Wilcox.
Oh, you talk, yes.
Idea that
Former
he
Chief
came up with,
Wilcox.
About
Yes.
that house,
Former
commercial buildings.
Former Chief Wilcox. He's the chief in Sandusky. In Sandusky, they've turned their commercial property investigation over to the fire department. We're looking to do the same. They're going to do vacant property registry for commercial buildings, nuisance abatement for commercial buildings, and we want to have a vehicle for them to do that in. They'll likely do boarding up. With the revenues raised from that, we can likely do burnout demolitions that we don't generally get done. We're looking to segregate the funds from these fee sources so that the fire department can have access to revenues to manage some of this stuff. So we're moving our commercial vacant property registry under the fire department and some of the commercial inspections over to the fire department. And this vehicle is for that purpose.
Do we have someone to go out and do the inspections and everything yet, the investigations?
We've taken a firefighter and he has been promoted to fire marshal. He's been fire marshal, I think, for about a year. His name is Farkas. He works 40 hours a week, unlike other firefighters who do 24 on and 48 off. He does the inspections. He has done the research on all commercial buildings that are vacant and abandoned, and that are occupied. So he's been putting in the work. Now it's really time to execute on the strategy that Sandusky used to get responsible owners to be responsible by either paying their vacant property registry, selling their property so that it can be put into productive use, or to encourage them to put their property into productive use themselves. And that's what Sandusky has done. They've used the fire department to do it, and we're looking to do the same.
So the same question that I asked in that meeting, I just want to, for my colleague, so this piece of legislation will hold do-nothing owners and scumbucket owners of buildings and properties around here
Yeah, you can.
we can go out and
Yeah, 'cause I couldn't get on my
them.
computer, so I had to do the Zoom on my.
This,
I woke up.
we can.
I saw his
How,
name.
how,
Someone need to hit mute, please.
Yeah, he been calling constantly, but I've been in. Yeah, I couldn't, since I couldn't get on there.
Madam Law Director,
Yes,
can you hit mute, please?
pardon?
Can you hit mute, please?
Oh, sorry.
No problem. So this,
So, yes.
resolution 23-20 is supposed to hold, accountable, owners of, property that is not keeping up to our satisfaction in code. Is that correct, Chief of Staff?
that is correct. For those property owners who we can identify that own property, commercial property in the city of East Cleveland, there's 291 vacant commercial properties in the city that we can identify, we will hold accountable through vacant property registry. We will hold them responsible during nuisance abatement, up to and including taking them to court. And in most cases, they don't show up, but now the judge has saw how important this is, and he's willing to do bench warrants, and responsible people don't want to have a warrant out for their arrest, so they generally comply. And sometimes you have to arrest someone if they don't show up to court in order to get them to understand how serious the court and the municipality is in terms of either remediating their nuisance or paying the requisite fees that are associated with how they manage their property. And this,
Go ahead.
we need to have a vehicle in order for this person to go out there and do these inspections. In some cases, communicate with the owners. Other cases, to put boards on the back of the vehicle to do board ups. So it's a utility vehicle that's needed to execute on our vacant property registry and nuisance abatement for commercial properties through the through the fire department. And there's a revenue generating aspect of it too, based off of some laws that were passed during maybe 3 administrations ago.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, here again, we got information without a plan. The plan is in somebody's head and not on the paper associated with this resolution. And as I listened to the Chief of Staff speak on this resolution, he's speaking about commercial properties. It's my understanding that the charter law with regard to vacant properties does not distinguish commercial from residential housing. So why is it that the commercial people are now are going to be the focus, and those people who own vacant residential properties in this city are here again going to escape the fee process? This fee process has been, since it's been in effect, no money has been collected. And I see other things that in places where there are things in effect and no money is being collected. So I'm concerned about things when they take on a special look or a special group of people. Thank you.
Can I respond to that? So that's factually incorrect. We collect on vacant property registry from residential and commercial. What we're doing is separating residential from commercial. Building and housing will continue to do residential. The fire department will do commercial. When you get a fire inspection, dominantly they're on commercial buildings. Now, commercial could also mean residential, which is over 7 units. That's a commercial building. Now, a 2-family is not considered commercial. So the fire department will do commercial, residential, and retail.
You're saying that, Mr. Smedley, but it's nowhere in writing.
What kind of writing do we need to reassign?
Listen, let me keep saying this. I
We're-
need
we're-
a plan. I can't operate on nobody's word of mouth. I need things to be documented as to what they are going to be for the process from the beginning to the end, with a timeline and what goals and objectives we are going to meet by doing these things. And I'm not getting that.
There
That's
is
all.
a plan. There is a plan. As I said to you earlier, we're adopting the plan that they've done in Sandusky. And the plan is being tweaked so that it fits the city of East Cleveland, and it's coming to you because a fee schedule will be coming with it. This is simply purchasing the vehicle. So the plan is coming
But
before
we
council.
don't. But what you saying is simply purchasing a vehicle has an impact on the program. It has an impact on our budget. It has an impact on everything that we do in this city. And so I'm not getting that. I'm not seeing how this is going to impact anything. We're going to collect money out of the school. There's no plan here that tells us how this money is going to be spent.
What money is going to be spent?
The money that
The
you
money
collect.
generated?
If you're going to enforce the vacancy law that's in the charter, money should definitely be being collected. If there's no money going to be collected, then we're just wasting our time.
The money.
This
I
city
just
needs
explained to
money.
you.
We need
I just-
$20 million to pay for this guy's lawsuit.
Again, that's factually incorrect. I mean, you're making assertions without actually knowing the facts. Today,
That's what I'm asking you to give me the facts, and that's what I'm saying over and over. The information that I'm requesting for you, you're saying are the facts. I'm saying to you, if these are the facts, put it in writing.
what I'm saying to you is it's already in writing.
Where is it? We don't have it.
Look at the budget. The money that we collect from vacant property registry goes into the general fund. We're talking about a
We're supposed to
vehicle.
know that automatically. I don't know what you're doing. There has been no money collected, to my knowledge, with regard to a vacant property in the city of East Cleveland.
The finances here. Building and Housing gets checks from it. What we're doing is being more organized to go after it. This is a purchase of a vehicle. The plan has been written by the fire chief and will be coming before council.
Okay, so you got the cart before the horse.
It's called planning.
Year to date, we have collected $12,050 in vacant property registry.
And it's in the reports. If you read them, they're there. That goes into the general fund.
Based on the amount of vacant properties in the city of East Cleveland, that is a pittance.
So that's not what you asked.
You
said we never.
I said we don't have any knowledge of it, because you're saying that there's a plan that you all have never shared with the council. And that's what the problem is. There's all these plans, but they've not been shared with us. And we're the ones responsible for making sure that this stuff is correct, and that in the later days of our life, if somebody taps us on the shoulder, they won't be trying to tap us on the shoulder and put us in handcuffs.
To purchase a truck, you're going to go into jail? So you said that we haven't collected a penny on vacant property registry, and I'm saying that we have.
I said to my knowledge. Don't put words.
And I'm saying that we have.
$12,000 is a pittance.
If council doesn't want to purchase this vehicle, then just don't do like you did with the last piece of legislation. Vote it down.
I mean, to argue, we understand our obligation here.
Okay, but then I'm done with the conversation. Take your vote. Vote it down.
Could we please call the roll?
Oh, Nate has a question.
Mr. President.
Councilman, go ahead.
I have a question for, I'm looking at the document, and maybe I'm missing something. Where's Exhibit A? And I'm gonna ask that on the next piece of legislation. Where's Exhibit A?
I believe it got sent in an email.
It's not in here. You know, I always ask for hard copies. And
You have the attachment to each. piece
I
of-
don't see it with the stuff I have.
Council, let me finish. You had the initial packet had all of the attachments with the legislation, and you got some updated.
Are you talking about, Dr. Guy, what you emailed?
No, they're hard copies. You should-
I got everything. I brought everything that I've gotten in the last week or so. I have everything, a stack of
It's an
stuff.
attachment. It's-
I have the resolution here, 2320, but there's no Exhibit A attached to it. Look at it, Gotti. Do you have it attached to yours? Gotti doesn't have Exhibit A attached to hers either.
Sure don't.
So we got to do better than this. So I'm not going to vote on it with
resolution
any stuff
number.
missing. Okay.
Councilman, Martin, you all don't have the attachment that was in your box?
I can't hear you, Ernest.
I'm just asking a question. Do you all have this attachment for resolution 2420 that was in your box?
I got everything in my box. I don't have attachment A to 2320, and I'm looking at 2420. There's no attachment, because when I see exhibits or attachments, I always look at it. Some of the other legislation had the attachments, but 2320 and 2420 does not have an attachment. Gotti doesn't have an attachment to hers either.
We should have had two packets. The first packet would have had all the attachments. Updated today with the
screen to share.
legislation.
Gotti's looking at hers, Mr. President. She doesn't have the attachment to hers either. You can come here if you want to see. I got everything I've got in the last 2 weeks here. I put it in my briefcase.
Everybody got the same packet.
Hey, Councilman Martin,
Yes.
the whole copy still in my box and see if I have it in there, because I talked to the mayor and I got some other information about these two vehicles. One we purchased last year, and this right here is specific to the events moving forward for this new program, to transition from the building and housing for commercial to being a separate entity under the fire department for commercial, because they would pick up the inspection to identify them as a nuisance property, cannot be entered and maintained and basically put a sticker on it saying this property need to be demolished. So there's some other stuff the fire department does that the building and housing inspectors can also do, but the fire marshal, the new guy, would do all this other cool stuff. And he said, I mean, to that he can't drive himself. So
Mr. Austin, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with what I read. All I need for me to act responsibly is to see Exhibit A, and I don't have it here with me.
Councilman Martin, it should say Tim Lally Chevrolet.
It's not attached. I'm not putting you down, Dr. Guy. It's not here. That's the bottom line. And it's not what Gotti doesn't have it either.
I'm just saying that's impossible, but anyway.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Well,
look at my box. I got a copy from the mayor. It's an extra copy in my box. If you want to grab it out of my box, you're more than welcome to do so.
You take time to review it.
I'm gonna.
It's only 2 pages. It shows the vehicle and the cost of the vehicle.
The 5-year lease agreement.
You got it?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Michael Smedley came down and he has it. So I have both of them in front of me. I was aware of the legislation and I was in favor of it, but I had to make sure. I see Tim Lally on 2320 and I see Tim Lally on 24, so I'm ready to act on it. We can move forward.
Okay.
And I definitely support our fire department all the time. All the time.
Okay. If there's no more,
You're ready.
If there's no more discussion, Dr. Guy, can you call the roll, please? I mean, for the vote, please. Sorry.
Counselor Austin.
Yay.
Counselor Martin.
Yay.
Counselor Stevenson.
Nay.
Counselor Gotti.
Nay.
Counselor Smith.
Yay.
Nay.
So we have 4 votes, so that legislation passed.
Nay.
Dr. Guy?
Yes. Can you hear me? I
You
can
don't
hear you.
acknowledge me, I'm leaving.
Pardon me?
I called your name 4 times and I said,
It was on mute.
did you mute me?
I did not mute you, sir.
Okay.
I can't do that again. Okay,
Did
so
did the legislation pass?
pass. Yes, it did.
Okay, that's,
Did it? That was an
I didn't hear.
You're muting yourself.
Correction, Dr. Gatto, I don't think it passed. I believe I heard 2 nays.
We have
That
2.
was an emergency.
That was emergency. That did not pass.
Who said nay? Because I heard 4.
I said,
Stevenson and Gowdy.
Well, they both said nay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that legislation failed.
That's what I wanted to hear, whether it passed or failed.
Okay, I thought I heard 4 yays. Okay, so
I didn't hear Stevenson real well. I didn't hear Gotti because she's
Said
right there.
nay.
okay,
Huh?
thank you. It
Okay,
passed.
let's move on.
So that won't fail.
Yeah, 23 failed.
24-20, emergency, a resolution to authorize the mayor to enter into a lease to purchase agreements for the acquisition of city vehicles for the use by the service department, a Silverado 3500 with upfit, reflected in Exhibit A, which is the quote that should be attached to your legislation. Here too, and declaring an emergency for the public health, safety, and welfare requested by the mayor, sponsored by Council President Smith and Counselor at Large Timothy Alston.
I'd like to pass the gavel to Madam Vice President.
Please.
I'd like to pass the gavel to Madam Vice President.
President Smith, this legislation bears your name. What's your pleasure?
I'd like to sponsor resolution 24-20 and move for its adoption.
I second the motion.
Discussion. This is another vehicle that will be used by the service department. The other vehicle they have, it's in the shop now, matter of fact. Yeah, any discussion from you all?
yes, did it go out for bids?
And this is gonna replace that black Dodge they were using and augment their capability and do some small snow removal. It gets a lot of cool stuff on this little truck. 3500, they can do snow removal, big pickup, pull the trailer, move the trailer with the hot patch machine, all kinds of cool stuff. So yeah, good purchase.
Did it go out for bids?
I did see that it went out for bid, and I think the decision with this company was that they would actually send this vehicle out to have all the additional items added to the vehicle before it's issued and roll that all up into the lease.
Where's the bids at so we can see it? I need documentation.
So if we got quotes for it, we're required to get quotes, not put it out to bid.
Where is
Counselor
the
Austin, does
paperwork?
this package have an uplift on it?
I actually saw the information in the mayor's office. So I guess if Councilor Martin want to pull that little stuff out my box, he's more than welcome to.
More stuff in your box?
Yes.
God, you want to take a look
If
at
you'd like to take a look at it.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
I know it's all going on.
Austin, Tim Austin.
It's actually literally a lift kit on the truck to lift the truck higher for winter activity, and some lights on the top of the truck. And I think that's all I remember. The plow, the lights, and they actually got to lift the truck.
So this truck in effect is going to cost us more than $67,000 because the uplift package is going to cost either $24,000 or $38,000.
If I remember correctly, I don't think that, was it 54,000 for the truck?
This truck here is 67. Yeah, the base price is 54.
Okay, right. So, and with that the other stuff they were either sent off from the service department to have done, but this dealer would actually do that on our behalf. So we pay for the additional items and the truck will be sent off as soon as it's available for delivery to the city. We'll go also manufacture, they will add the lift kit, the lights and the plow.
But how much is that going to cost in addition to this 54,000?
I don't remember what that actual number was, but whatever the total price of the lease, it also include the uplift. So I don't have my paperwork in front of me, obviously, because I discarded already, but whatever that number is on that lease contract, that is the full price of the lease with the uplift on it already.
No, that ain't what we looking at.
Like I said, I don't have my document in front of me, but whatever the
There
price
is,
of that, it's a total lease, it's a total dollar figure. This to break out from the purchase of the vehicle and the uplift, then the total amount on the lease. I don't know what's the end state of the lease. That
yeah,
would
there's
continue.
two uplifts. One it was for 24 and one was for 38,000.
Two
I don't
different,
know which one goes with this truck though.
it's two different systems. One, I think one is the insert for,
Yeah,
right, the insert was separate from the actual vehicle. The insert is the little, like the paddy wagon insert. Now you
That's
make
for
me
the,
need.
that's for the next vehicle.
Okay, so paddy wagon had an insert and snowplow.
yeah, this
shoot.
one has an uplift. This is, yeah,
That's
it's
it.
got an uplift package.
Right.
And it says it's reflected in attachment A, but all I see is the truck money, 54,000.
Now, if you want me to, I can go get my documents that I've already discarded and
Right.
kind of go through it.
All right,
Oh, it says total $67,787.52.
And
but that's with interest. That don't include the uplift.
That is the uplift. The uplift got to be in there.
No,
Yeah,
it's not in here.
it says grand total with upfit,
Right,
$54,171.
but if you look at the math is not right. Wait a minute. Wait.
Ask somebody.
Wow. Yeah, right. Okay, I see what they, I see.
You see
Okay,
it?
yeah. Right, good.
All right.
The only difference is they're sending it out for, so we don't have to worry about once we get the vehicle, that saves an additional 30 to 90 days is what I understood.
All right.
Any other discussion? Councilman, you need more time? Councilman Martin,
Yes.
you need more time, sir?
No, I've looked at what I got here, and I see Tim Lally, and I'm looking at it, so I'm all right, I'm ready to act, okay?
Councilwoman Gowdy, you need more time?
No, I definitely support our service.
I would like to know, where are we getting this money at to purchase these vehicles?
COVID.
Where?
COVID. It's a part of the $2 million
Oh,
COVID.
okay, I was wondering where we're getting all this money from, okay. Thank you, Corrine.
But we need some numbers.
Thank you all. Dr. Guy, can you call the vote, please?
Dr. Guy,
Yeah, I had to unmute myself, okay?
you did?
Yes, I did. Okay,
Good.
Counselor Austin,
Yay.
Counselor Stevenson,
Yay.
Counselor Martin,
Yay.
Counselor Gowdy,
Yay.
and Counselor Smith.
Yay.
Okay, resolution 24-20 has passed. Okay, we are moving on to resolution number 25-20 is an emergency, a resolution to authorize the mayor to enter into a lease or purchase agreements for the acquisition of city vehicles for the use of building and housing department, a Ford Connect E9E passenger wagon reflected in Exhibit A, attached here too, and declaring an emergency for the public health, safety, and welfare requested by the mayor, sponsored by Councilor Smith and Councilor Austin.
Thank you very much. So, Councilman Austin co-sponsored.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's, Councilman Austin, you co-sponsor, what is your pleasure?
I'd like to adopt resolution number 25-20 and move for its adoption, or sponsor resolution number 25-20 and move for its adoption.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Hold on 1 second. Here, we got 2520. You have Exhibit A attached to it.
While they take a look at that, can I provide some background, Brother President?
Yes, sir, please.
This is to replace that little blue Jeep with Willie and Howard that's on the list for turn-in.
520.
The little
Yes.
house Jeep already broke down. This is the replacement for it, and it would also design as a way of moving some of the produce to our residents during the feeding. So that's why they chose a little small van.
It's a 2520.
You see, we have an attachment. It should be Exhibit A. Yeah, you don't have an Exhibit A?
Any other discussion?
Hold.
Hold it 1 second. We checking something out.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to look through Austin's stuff to see what Exhibit A is there. I don't see it. Hold it 1 second.
I don't know if you know the little funny little white vans that a lot of the electricians use to keep their stuff in. It's like a micro minivan, a smaller version of a minivan. White.
There's something I need to address here, Council President.
Yes, go ahead, Madam VP.
Okay. What I need to address here has to do with the legitimacy of these votes and the fact that this council, the council in 2019 voted to purchase some vehicles. Okay, as a result of that vote, at that time, those counselors, 2 of those counselors had 15 days left in their term of office. The balance of council had 2 years left. That vote was illegal. And here again this evening, we're doing the same thing. This vote is illegal. This council has 2 council people on it with 3 years and some months left on their term of office. The balance of the council has less than 2 years left on their term of office. According to the charter, the council cannot tie the city to issues or contracts that are outside of your term of office. This lease is for 7 years. And it just kicked off in my head. These leases are for 7 years. Our terms of office are not 7 years, they're 4. So, with that said, voting on these leases in this 7-year condition is an illegal move for this council. I would like it so noted in the record.
Well, can you weigh in?
Miss Stevenson, are you going to recall the last vote that we voted on?
I'm going to do whatever I have to do to stay honest and out of jail.
So if you said this one was illegal, then the last one is illegal too.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying is that, you know, I'm looking at this and I'm like, 7 years, we don't have a 7-year term of office. So technically we can't vote on this. If it was a 3-year lease, then the charter would permit it. But, you know, this is an illegal vote. Yeah, I have to say it. I have to bring it to the floor for you all to understand where I'm coming from.
Well, we understand where you, Mr. Smedley, is Willie Hammond still here?
Hello, are you there?
Is Willie Hammond still here?
Are you on the Zoom call?
Yeah.
They're asking you a legal question.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, they hear you.
Is Willie Hammond still here?
He's calling her.
Oh.
She got off the call, I think.
Well, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
You can't hear
He's talking
me?
about Willa. He's
Oh.
talking to Willa.
All right.
I have to check in with the council session. That isn't true.
The question is, Council, she said something's wrong with her computer. Here, I'll put her up to the speakerphone. Hold on. Willa, can you hear them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell
Why you
Sit
getting
Willa.
her?
I'm tired.
Why you getting her on?
They wanted to know, wanted to know if it's illegal to vote for a 7-year lease if their terms are for 4 years. Can they do a contract greater than their elected term?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I knew that, yeah. We did the salt trucks for more than 4 years. That
Because
was
you
before
did
this
it,
council.
don't make it right.
The highest law in the land in the city of East Cleveland is the law director, and the law director gives you a legal opinion.
That's what I.
Here's the reference to the time of making contracts. If the council shall not authorize or enter into any contract which is not to go into full operation during the term in which all members of such council are elected.
Stevenson was
The
right.
terms are staggered. Each council person
Right.
will have different terms, and so that would be impractical and impossible to implement.
Right.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't, because
Yeah.
you got 3 terms that are coming up now, and you only need a bid of 3 to win a vote for anything to pass, unless
But if
it's
it's
an
passed as
emergency.
an emergency, but if it passes as an emergency, you only have 2 years together.
Yeah.
So that's impractical.
Well, hey, it may be impractical, but I've been requesting changes to this charter forever, and no changes have occurred. So we have to operate based on what's in front of us, not impracticality. The law does not speak to impracticality.
It needs to be updated.
Okay, so I just got back to the room. So y'all looking at 7-3, time of making contracts?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this contract is going into full operation while we are here right now.
Yeah, it'll be in full operation.
Your term is outside. 7 years is outside of your term of
Our term
office.
is right now. Our term expires in a year, which I'm very happy about. But looking 7-3, it's right now. We're not saying it in 2022. We're gonna do X, Y, Z. No, we're talking about right now, and that's not even something we need to think about no more. My term is right now. I'm able to make decisions right now. That's it. So we have contracts that have continued for 20 years. We have contracts that have stood the test of time and been extended for year after year after year. Right now,
Councilman Austin, that does not make it legal.
So what he's saying is, what that is being interpreted, that you're interpreting it one way, and the interpretation is different. The interpretation is you can't pass a piece of legislation entering into a contract that doesn't take effect in your term.
That's correct.
Here.
Right, that's what that
It
means.
doesn't say effect, it says full operation.
Full operation. You executed the lease.
Full operation for this contract is 7 years.
Negative. That's negative. I mean, to an operation mean we're gonna start and we're gonna do this right now.
Right.
So
you made your payment.
Okay. Can I make an analogy? For instance, in 2002, Gladys Walpole and others, I think, was Charlie Bibbs and I think Nathaniel Martin were on council. What they did was they prohibited any gunshots being in the city of East Cleveland. Last year, a proprietor wanted to set up a gun shop in the city of East Cleveland, but because that law is on the books, it was prohibited. So that law extended beyond any of the terms of those particular legislators. That is the law of the land.
Willa, we don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, y'all, I think we've been here too long. We done been here too long.
That was an analogy.
Yeah,
That was an analogy.
but we're talking about contracts, not law. We're talking about contracts.
Okay.
So if you go back, if you read the language in the charter, it says full operation. And one interpretation of full operation is the entire length of the contract has to be within the term of that council that passed it. And another interpretation of full operation means that it has been executed and it is in effect. Not that it is complete, but it's in effect, in full operation. Your lease payments have started. So you are fully operational in that lease.
Okay.
So it says, the council shall not authorize or enter into any contract which is not to go into full operation during the term for which all members of such councils are elected. So one interpretation is full operations means that the entire length of the contract has to be within the term of the council that passed it, which means there could only be 2-year contracts, right. Another interpretation.
What that means. It doesn't specify. Come on now. It
says full term of which all members of such council are elected, and council are they presumably are together for 2 years. Because
can we get to the vote?
And so the second interpretation of full operation during the term for which all members of council are elected is that the contract has been executed and is fully operational. Doesn't mean that it's completed its term, but it's executed and it's fully operational. And that's what the interpretation we've been going off of since the language had been written.
Right. I mean, remember the Northeast Ohio Original Sewer District contract that we have? It's still
The Cleveland Water contract that we have, all of those contracts. So the interpretation of this charter language is that the contract has been fully executed, meaning operational. Not that the term of the contract has to be completed within that council's term, but that it has to be executed in that term. So I think it's just a misinterpretation of what full operation means. So you're the law director. We're trying to get a legal opinion on what full operation means. Willa, you still there? Willa? Willa, you still there?
Yeah.
I don't think council is still there, though.
We are.
You still here?
Okay. You just dropped off the screen.
We're still here.
Okay, you just dropped off the screen. I didn't know. I couldn't see you anymore.
Yeah, we'll be here till 12 o'clock.
Yeah, so it's getting the interpretation of fully operation. Full
That's
operation.
That's it. Just sometimes they make it so simple. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward to me.
To me as well. But there's a question, so the law director has to weigh in.
I respect.
Right.
So full operation, does it mean that it's the full term of the contract has to begin and end in the term of the council that passed it? Or does it mean full operation means it need to be executed and fully operational within that term of that council? They can't.
The latter. Right.
Right. So you can't pass a contract that doesn't go into operation after you're out of office.
Right.
Right. So that's what it means. And that's how it's so the law director's giving her legal opinion.
Okay.
She's saying it's the latter.
Can we go for a vote?
Yeah, as long as, after your colleagues have got out everything that they wanted to get out. Are all minds clear, or is there any more discussion needed? Hearing no discussion needed. Any discussion needed, Dr. Guy? Call for the vote, please.
We need a motion and second.
We didn't have a motion. I thought we had a.
I'd like to sponsor resolution number 25-20 and move for its adoption.
Motion.
You second and Nate, you gotta say it over.
I second the motion.
Okay, Counselor Austin,
Yay.
Counselor Stevenson.
Nay.
I'm sorry, did you say yay? Stevenson?
Nay.
Okay. Counselor Martin?
Yay.
Counselor Gowdy?
Nay.
Counselor Smith?
Yay.
Okay, resolution number 25-20 has failed.
Hey, somebody knock at this door, Chris.
What do you say?
I'm sorry, did this pass or fail?
It failed.
So you all don't want to build in a house and I have a vehicle to go? All right, okay.
But she want money.
Okay.
Wow, okay, next
We got
resolution, who was that?
resolution number 26-20, emergency, a resolution authorizing the mayor.
Oh, time out. Chief of Staff, I got a loose pole on Stratmore. Keep moving.
A what now?
My neighbor knocking on the door. Oh, these new light poles that they put on Stratmore it's the wind blowing is moving. And
What do you mean
blinking
move?
in and out. Hold on, is it moving or keep blinking in and out? Okay, okay, it just need a bug. Oh, so why she talking about move my? She talking about. Hold on, so the pole not moving, right? Oh, she talking about the pole was moving, like the pole. She said the pole was about to fall on the truck. Okay, never mind. The light bulb just went out.
Okay. I'll send Antonio a text.
Thank you.
Resolution number 26-20, emergency resolution to authorize the mayor to enter into a lease and purchase agreements for the acquisition of city vehicles for the use of the police department, a Ford Transit 350 cargo van.
Speaking.
Good guy.
350 cargo van with upfit reflected in Exhibit A attachment here too, and declaring an emergency for the public health, safety, and welfare, requested by the mayor, sponsored by Council President Smith.
Which one is that?
I pass the gavel to Madam Vice President.
Yeah.
President Smith, this legislation bears your name. What is your pleasure?
Let me see.
I'd like to sponsor resolution number 26-20 and move for its adoption.
It says, Exhibit A. It doesn't have, none of ours have Exhibit A.
This is that paddy wagon that I talked about with the little insert in the back. Little
Did you have a
plastic.
second? Did you second?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Council. Go ahead. Any other discussion?
Y'all want to review?
Yes, we did. I have something I would like to have addressed here.
Go ahead.
And maybe, is Chief Gardner still on the line? My concern with this situation is that The city of East Cleveland has a jail inspection that was conducted in 2019. And according to that jail inspection, there's not supposed to be any prisoners in the jail. If there's no prisoners in the jail, why are we buying a vehicle to transport prisoners? Why are we paying for food? I mean, why are we paying for all these other things that are not supposed to be happening in our jail, because our jail is supposed to be empty according to the state of Ohio jail inspector. And so I'm concerned about that.
Chief of Staff, you have your hand up? Chief of Staff?
I'm sorry. The state has not, they have not shut our jail down. That has not happened.
I didn't say they shut it down.
That's why there's people in jail, because it hasn't been shut down by the state. You asked why, and I'm just answering your question. Getting people, whether we house them or not, if we arrest them and we hold them, we have to take them to the county. And we transport them to and from, or actually to. But our jail isn't shut down. It's still operating. It's operating right now. And I believe it's going to operate it into the future. So if we shut our jail down, the state will have to shut us down, because it's almost impossible for us to operate our police without a jail. We were moving it to the county, but you saw what was happening at the county, and that changed 2 years ago when we sent our dispatch over. But the jail is not shut down. It's operating. There's people in jail right now.
Yeah, I know. And I was told in January, when we had the budget hearings, that people stayed in the jail for a minimum of 2 weeks, and those people were people who committed domestic violence crimes. But I've since learned that that's not the case, and that we have all kind of people in the jail down there. And when you speak to me with regard to the closing of the jail, I need to let you know that I've done jail inspections, and when the state of Ohio tells you that you should have no people in your jail, you should have no people.
So, and if you know about jail inspections, the state will send you a shutdown order.
Well, they should have sent one, because I don't see how the dungeon's gonna come into compliance with anything.
They haven't sent one, and I can get you the average amount of time people spend in jail and who's spending time in jail. Our felonies are sometimes, especially during the COVID environment, we direct indict. So they go straight to the county jail. In other cases, for our misdemeanors, they're there until they get their court date, and then they generally bond out. In other cases, we release them because of COVID so that they're not spending too much time in jail. But I can get you that. I'm sure the chief has that information. But the jail is operating.
And that's, Mr. Smedley, that's really too bad, because I've been in that jail. That's really too bad that we have that we are treating people in that manner. I mean, I understand the criminal justice system. I understand imprisonment. I understand all of it. But that situation there is, for me, very dire and very unsafe.
So the best way to close our jail is for people not to commit crimes in the city of East Cleveland. In the last 3 weeks, we've had close to 21 shootings, resulting in, I think, 14 deaths. And if we have nowhere to put these people until we sort it out, then they stay on the street. And I know none of us want to see that happen. Domestic violence run rampant through the city of East Cleveland. In order to sort it out, we have to put them in jail before they get down to the county. If we don't, we have to let them out.
What do you need the van for when we get
to transit? We used our van. It was a passenger van, like a church van. We need a more secure space. to transport. That's what we were using. We were using a church van to transport inmates. This van will have a insert designed to transport prisoners from one location to the next. That is the purpose of the van.
And how much is it? Because again, we do not see documentation of
Thank
The
you.
documentation is there.
You'll be recognized in a few minutes.
The documentation is there. If I have to come down and pull it out again for you, I'd be more than happy to do so.
You know, I just want to say for the
Mr.
record.
Smedley,
I just want to say for the record that thank you for this explanation, because again, it was kind of a different explanation yesterday. It was all about serving the people food during the pandemic. So I appreciate your comments on what the van is really for. Not saying that it won't be used to.
if this is for serving the food, we will not support it.
Can I please finish, please, ma'am? Please, I'm not yelling at you. I'm just, I really appreciate. I promise you are next. Again, I appreciate the statements of the chief of staff, because it was getting sold to us that it was all about the pandemic.
The van that we use now is used during the food pantry. That's the transportation of food, and that's used every other week. But it's a church van nonetheless.
Right.
so are you going to use this van to transport food, Mr. Smedley?
Hold on, Councilman Martin. Councilwoman Gowdy was first. I apologize, Councilman. I promise I'll get to you. Councilwoman Gowdy.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is what we asked. Is this going to transport food?
No.
Instead of prisoners?
No, it's designed to transport inmates. It has an insert specifically for that.
Can I interject real quick? So the vehicle that the mayor was talking about transporting food was the one for the building and housing. It was going to be multi-use. The one that was turned down, the legislation was turned down, that was going to be used for the building and housing, and he was also ideal.
Hold on, because you all know I don't like to be made like I don't know what I'm talking about. I thank you, Charles. He specifically said that this van, the one we was using, like, had got more wear and tear of it because of serving food due to the coronavirus.
That's correct.
That was stated.
That's correct.
I'm on any of my colleagues to stop me if I'm wrong. Just cut me off and stop me if I'm wrong. It was
You're correct.
That the main use of this vehicle was to transport food, and that's why we can use the coronavirus funding to purchase this van. That is what was told to us. Am I correct, to my colleagues?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. All right. I don't like two different stories, because the people don't like two different stories. So
And that's
if
why
it's a
I
police
asked for a
transfer, let's
claim.
just say that. I wish it just come to us exactly what it is. We was told something totally different.
Have you considered I'm wrong?
Well,
I mean,
no. You wasn't here. Our mayor told us something totally different.
So, can I interview President?
if he's planning, I'm sorry. If he's planning to use it to deliver food so that it's covered by the cost of the coronavirus funds, I was just unaware of that. I know that we wanted to have a paddy wagon, a real one, to transport people. But if he said, hey, if we use it in conjunction with transporting food so it doesn't come out the general fund, I think that's a pretty smart way to get it done. I was just unaware of it.
But I just want everyone It's a pretty smart way to get it done, but I just want everybody to be on the same page. That's
So
all.
I wasn't at the meeting. I
Same
wasn't at the
page.
meeting yesterday. Like you said, I wasn't at the meeting yesterday.
No.
So
It was Mark. No, brother. It was Director Charles. That's not you, Chief of Staff. It was our great finance director that said the mayor didn't say that. Not you, Chief of Staff.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't saying he didn't say that. Let me just be very clear. What I was just saying that this vehicle that we're talking about, Resolution 2620, this is what I'm saying. It says the police department. I don't know what the mayor said to you yesterday. All I'm saying is this vehicle here is for transporting prisoners. The resolution before this one, when we talk about building and housing, that vehicle, he told me a time ago when he's talking about this, that he would like to also utilize that vehicle for transporting food. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. It was both of them. It was so if I'm wrong, someone answer me this then. Where are we paying for this cargo van out of if it's not the coronavirus funding?
This is COVID funding.
That's because he told us it was for transporting food.
So this is also COVID because of the way that you transport the prisoners, right? Today we transport them in a church van. We'll have an insert that has the proper separation so that you can keep one inmate from another inmate, and that is the separation that allows it to be covered under COVID. Today we transport them in a church van.
No problem.
Yeah. So they
You say again?
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I do want to make one point of clarification, if you
Yes,
would.
sir.
The building housing van, I know for a fact he said that was going to be for food. And I know, I don't remember specifically about the food piece for this van, but I do remember him saying how he tied it into COVID. I think I might have fell asleep about the food piece. I know he did say something about it being tied to COVID funding, but nothing was specific. Well, we're good to go. Hopefully we can get this thing taken care of and so I can get to my dinner and relax myself.
Right. Any other discussion? Thank you, Dr. Guy. Can you call for the vote, please?
Mr. Smith, are you politicking or what? I haven't had my chance to speak.
I surely just asked for any other discussion. Go ahead, brother, please.
Okay. I really think the smart thing to do is to use the van interchangeably. If we can transport people, fine, but if we can use it to deliver food, fine. That's common sense. Okay? And if we got these $2 million or $2.3 million for COVID, we got to spend that money at least by the end of the year or something. So we need to take that in consideration. We are blessed to have this money to work with. If we didn't have that, we wouldn't have access to this money. So it's wise for this assembly, for this council, to spend every dime of this money and be creative in spending it.
Spend it correctly.
And spend it.
Spend it correctly.
I've spoken. Let's move on.
Thank you, Councilman. Dr. Guy, can you call for the vote, please?
Hey, Counselor Austin,
Yay. Dr. Guy.
Counselor Stevenson,
Nay.
Thank you.
said yay,
Nay.
nay. All right. Counselor Martin,
Yay! Yeah, spend the money!
Oh, come on, Mark. Get it
Counselor
right.
Gowdy.
Nay, because it's confusion.
Okay, Counselor Smith.
Yay.
Okay, we have a 3 out of 5 vote, so this legislation has failed. Okay, our last piece of legislation is resolution number 27-20. It is an emergency, a resolution approving the mayor's financial fiscal plan in accordance with section 118.08 of the Ohio Revised Code. Or to the financial plan and Supervision Commission and Emergency for the Public Safety and Welfare requested by the mayor, sponsored by our council president Smith.
I'd like to pass the gavel to Madam Vice President.
Yeah, the fiscal recovery plan, as I reviewed it, left me with some concerns. Number one is on page 4, which I discussed with Charles. Number 20, that's why I was hoping Scott Gardner was still here, because I'm concerned about the elimination of SWAT pay. If we don't have SWAT, then we don't really have a way to deal with the drug epidemic in our city. And they're not getting paid, and I don't see people volunteering to do that kind of work. Then I get to page 5, and like I spoke to you about the jail operations previously on the previous legislation. On page 5, it indicates that the city has decided to discontinue its jail operation and begin participating in Cuyahoga County's jail operation. And it says it's ongoing, and that's what my problem is. I review these materials, and these materials are all conflicting. This says we discontinue in the jail operation. The state of Ohio says we should have nobody in the jail, yet we're getting legislation that says that our jail is operational. So for these reasons, I have these questions and concerns. As I move through this, Charles answered a lot of my questions earlier today, but then I got to this proclamation, and I became, and is Willa Hemmons still on the line?
Yeah, I'm thankful.
I got to this proclamation, and I have severe concerns with this proclamation that was issued by the mayor on June 1st with regard to page B3, issue item number 4, where it says to make recommendations to allow the director of a department to accept gifts of money, property, or services to address the civil and to apply for and accept grants from various entities, both public and private. And then at the bottom, the last 3 lines of the paragraph also refers to gifts. Section 111 says we can't take gifts from anybody. It doesn't say that we can take gifts from people during COVID. So I would like for the law director to address that, because that provides me with just too much stress, and I know what the ORC says.
This is just for the city to accept gifts in order to assuage the ravaging effects of COVID.
This says directors of a department to accept gifts of money
on behalf of the city, not as individuals. It's like when you apply for a grant, or when the department receives a gift from a philanthropic or charitable organization in order to clean up an area or provide food for the citizens.
Like the gift that we got from Slade Block.
Right. Or, in fact, I gave a gift to the fire department because my Girl Scout troop had $2,000 worth of Girl Scout cookies that we could not sell during the pandemic. And so I donated my troop, Troop 7, 12, 20, donated the cookies, the Girl Scout cookies, to the fire department.
So it's on behalf.
I understand that kind of donation, but that's not what this paragraph says. This paragraph is misleading because it's not explicit, and I guess it's the same thing that I keep saying. I don't get it. The way things are written, they are not clear. They are left kind of wide open, you know, nothing's hammered down here. And then I go to page B4, and under E, payroll, it says all codified ordinances and or regulatory provisions are suspended as necessary to allow for the continued ability of the city to meet payroll. Insurance, I don't understand that. I just don't understand why we need to do that. Payroll is gonna be met anyway, isn't it? I mean, these things to me are not, they just don't make a lot of sense.
Well, like the governor said that there was going to be a 40% loss of revenue because of the pandemic. He said that in May, and anticipating that the pandemic, COVID-19 would have such a devastating impact on the economy. And so we were all prepared for the worst, but yet in the latest report, the state has received 40% more in income, 42% more in income than the previous year. So all of these things were put in place in order to minimize or mitigate the what was anticipated to be a disastrous effect upon the economy. And pretty much this was not a unilateral or unique proclamation. We took from proclamations all over the county, all over the state, and pretty much modeled ours over there, over the entire state. It wasn't just something that came off the top of our heads, because it looked at the March 9th.
So the state gave the mayor authority to waive all the laws and stuff?
Pardon?
So the state did the state give the mayor, I'm trying to figure out how the mayor gets the authority to waive this, to waive to waive all these things.
In an emergency situation, they do have the authority to do so.
Well, that's what I'm asking. And I'm not getting the right answer.
It's a civic emergency. So in an emergency situation, I mean, we don't have martial law, but we have the mayor, the chief executive officer has the ability to put things in place in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people. And that's what that proclamation was all about. And it's not permanent. It's only during the duration of the pandemic of COVID-19. So it's a temporary measure.
But here's my issue. We don't get all the information. So I got to ask the questions to get the answers.
As it relates
all of the information. And when you go to talking about gifts and government, that just doesn't work.
Yeah, but it's an interpretation issue. But as it relates to SWAT, our SWAT team is fully manned. It's a rite of passage for these officers. They're not seeking pay.
Oh, wow.
They're not stopping being our SWAT team. Our SWAT team is fully manned. And as it relates to the jail in the fiscal recovery plan, you don't do new recovery plans year after year. You amend recovery plans. So when we were sending our jail and dispatch over to Cuyahoga County, dispatch went, but the county jails had a problem and it didn't go. Doesn't mean that it won't ever go, but in our fiscal recovery plan, it's ongoing so that if the jail system is repaired and the government of East Cleveland believes it's a perfect fit, then we will send the jail over. But we're not taking it out of the fiscal recovery plan, and it will be in the fiscal
Could we
recovery
focus
plan.
on 2720, please?
Well, I'm focusing on the questions that the council vice president had.
Go ahead, Chief.
So we amend the plan. Even things that we have accomplished stays in the plan because we only amend them. We don't scrap them and rewrite them every year.
Birthday.
Thank you, Ernest.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
So we don't scrap the plan, we amend it every year. And if we can ever get out of the business of running a jail, we will definitely do that. But in the meantime, we don't have anybody to give our jail to, so we continue to operate it.
Well, and I would like to say one more thing, and then I'm going to close, and that is that I can tell you from my experience and from the experience of my people in my ward, that this deal where we sent our dispatchers to it's just a bad deal. According to them, we never have any cars in service. They never send the people, even when the cars go back in service. They never send the people to the calls. The officers never get to the calls. It's just, it's a crapshoot.
I don't know what you're talking about. We saw our police department is one of the elite police departments in Cuyahoga County.
I didn't say the police department. I said the dispatch process at the county.
But that's how the police and fire and EMS get there. They get dispatched from
They're
the county.
not getting dispatched in Ward 4. I have people calling me at 2 o'clock in the morning, people shooting around their houses and going on, and the police are called and they don't show up. When I call dispatch,
I apologize if you all remember my phone had failed. Can someone fill me in on the legislation that go with this one?
Resolution 2720 is approving the fiscal recovery plan, which we're having a discussion about. I was having a discussion about the proclamation piece. The fiscal recovery
I'm
plan.
I'm sorry, Madam Vice President. I was talking about the resolution earlier. Remember when my phone went out earlier?
What? No, I don't know where we was at then.
I'm in front of my paperwork.
It failed. It failed, Council.
That goes with this one.
We talked about Martin meeting with the finance director on tomorrow to discuss other legislation that pertain to funding.
Yes, that one. So we can't pass this one either until Councilman Martin has his meeting and we come back.
Oh, okay. I see what
That
you're
is
saying.
correct.
Okay.
You
All right.
pass
Good
this,
looking out.
you're passing the appropriations as well.
Absolutely. So let's please, while we all on the line right now, can we come up with another date that after Councilman meets with our good finance director, we could get back online and either pass it up or fail it?
Excuse me, Mr. President, this is Paula Hemmings. Would it be objectionable to turn it into a first read? And so when you come back, it'll then be the second read?
I wouldn't object that at all. That's, my colleagues, would you object that?
That's fine with me.
I support, let's do that with a few pieces of legislation that came across today so we can get some clarification on several pieces.
See, Chief of Staff, right now, they out there shooting, and if I call the police, if I call 911, the call's gonna go to the county and ain't nobody gonna respond.
Call them, because I'm gonna call them
out here shooting.
And I'm gonna
call them.
And I can tell you what street they on their own page.
Okay, call them, and I'm sitting right here at City Hall, and I'll be able to hear whether or not the sirens go off.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous on page, and I got some problem with that. I'm telling you right now, I'm on the edge of my seat. And I got something I want to talk to the other council members about that took place after I visited Page one evening. And I was very disappointed. So,
You're disappointed with what, Councilman?
Disappointed in the administration, his response to what was going on over there.
Okay.
Council, can we get back on track to,
You right, baby. Be careful.
Let's get back on track.
can we get back on track to end the meeting?
Yes, please.
Just a moment.
Please.
With reference to the appropriations
Please.
ordinance, could that be done, number 2620? Could that also be changed into a first read as well? Since it was
Already
postponed
passing.
and no action.
No, it's just been tabled.
No. It failed and we're going
Let's make a
It
motion to do
failed.
that.
It got tabled.
We got
Right,
tables.
right. Could it then be changed into a first read?
Yeah, we can
Ordinance
make-
number 2620, the appropriations ordinance.
Okay, then just need a motion. Well, I'm gonna leave it to you. Council, thank you very much. I have to leave. I have an appointment that I'm like 20 minutes late for.
Yeah, but you took all the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council President?
Go back to something else. You got-
Yes, ma'am. So,
Council President, point of order, aren't we on 2720?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes.
Let's do, if you want to go back to the other one, let's get this out of the way first. You can't be
We
back and
changed it.
forth.
We changed it to a first read.
That has to be voted on, sir.
You can't just change.
You just can't change it arbitrarily. It has to be voted on.
If you give her a chance to call for the vote, and May, we're not talking to you. And if you give our clerk a chance, y'all always jumping to conclusions. I know that. She has to call for the vote. I know that. May, don't make me come up there.
Okay. Let me have a motion and a second.
Let me have I'd like to make a motion to make resolution number 27-20 a first read.
Do we have a second?
You mean 26-20 for the appropriations?
Now, we're on resolution 27-20.
Oh, okay.
I second.
Okay,
Dr. Clark can call for the vote, please.
Counselor Austin,
Yay.
Counselor Stevenson,
Yay.
Counselor Martin,
Yay.
Counselor Gowdy,
Yay.
and Counselor Smith.
Yay.
Okay, resolution number 20-20 will be changed to a first reading. Okay.
I'd like to ask for a motion to suspend everything else except for the comments of the residents.
You could suspend that too, please.
Well, Mr. Anderson, you might have had a great comment for us, sir. I never want to cut out the people.
Thank you.
Counselor, did you
Thank
want to, before you do that, did you want to go back and change the other one that goes along with this one to a first read?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Do that.
So I need a motion for
Let's do it in this meeting.
You cannot do that in the,
I need a motion to change this to a first read. Ordinance number 20-20.
20-20 or 26-20?
Sorry, 26-20.
Thank you, Counselor Austin.
I'd like to make a motion to change ordinance 26-20 to a first read.
Do that. You've acted on. You've acted on.
Need a second.
We tabled that.
We tabled it. We need a second.
Second.
Okay, Counselor Austin,
Yay.
Counselor Stevenson,
Yay.
Counselor Gowdy, Nay. Counselor Martin,
Nay.
Counselor Smith.
Yay.
Okay, so.
And that's the one that was tabled, not failed, right?
Right, it was tabled. So we'll just leave that as emergency then.
Oh, let me make sure I clarify something. Can I do that, Brother President?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Just so I'm clear, I would respectfully like to make a note about, I think Councilor Martin said he didn't want to vote, and he didn't vote until he and the finance director met on tomorrow to discuss this piece of legislation. And this is, in my understanding, is a opportunity to allow that to be the case so we can move forward once the meeting is concluded and not necessarily hold up the process.
Yeah, I think that meeting is still on. This just turns it into a first read rather than an emergency.
Right, I just want to make sure I understood correctly that that's what the intent was. And I don't know if Councilor Martin had that same understanding.
The intent was to cover this recovery plan and the other piece. And I myself, counsel, and Juanita Gowdy and anybody else want to meet with Charles tomorrow at 12, probably about an hour and a half, so we can be thoroughly abreast. So when we do sit down and meet again, we can act. But that's the purpose of the meeting tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
So if we leave it as an emergency, we're going to be right where we are right now. It just stays as an emergency, not a big deal. Especially if everything worked out at your meeting. Okay, no problem. I got it.
So just to be clear, we have ordinance 26-20, which was tabled. It's gonna stay as an emergency. And resolution 27-20 went from emergency to a first read. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, doke.
That's correct. Now, thank you. I would like to ask, since we've been on here for 4 hours, I would like to ask for a motion to suspend everything else except for the portion where the people get a chance to speak.
Well, Mr. President, there's something important I need to say about women and this whole voting thing that's been a big issue. And this is the week that it's become pronounced. I need 3 minutes to speak on it.
Okay, no problem. So we'll continue to go in order. I believe it's comments from Mayor Brenda L. King, but Chief of Staff is gone. So now comments from City Council. Please, Councilman Nathaniel Martin.
Okay, suffrage is the right to vote. Franchise is the right to exercise voting. The right to vote was hard-fought victory for women. This is about women. The 19th Amendment, Alice Paul was arrested 55 times. There were hunger strikes. They were put in jail. They were force feed. It took them 72 years. It was a 72-year struggle for women to have the right to vote. Ida B. Wells was shunned by the white female leadership. They were more concerned about white folks having the right to vote, not blacks. The process of the vote was important. The struggle was vitally important. Voting was always about power. It took 36 states to ratify it. Tennessee was the last state to ratify it August 18th, 1920, 100 years ago. Frederick Douglass was 30 years old at the time, and he was for civil rights, and it was intertwined with women's rights. The liquor lobby, for those who drink Jack Daniels, wanted to hold back things in the South. One vote made a difference. You ratified the 19th Amendment, and this will show you how one vote does make a difference. Harry T. Burns was encouraged with a letter. He from Nashville, Tennessee, was the last state that ratified women having the right to vote. Harry T. Burns was encouraged by his mother. Taking into consideration, because it was a 70-year struggle, Elizabeth Stanton, Lucretia Mott. We also want to thank Alice Paul, Ida B. Wells, Anna Howard Shaw, Harry Stanton Blanche, Mary Church Terrell, Fannie Lou Haber. These were black folks, some of them. Carrie Chapman, Caddy Harry T. Burns and many others, it took 150 years for women to have the right to vote. You didn't know that they went to jail. You didn't know they was arrested. You know they was forced field. They put up a real strong struggle. So voting is responsible. Voting is the responsible thing that all citizens must do. I didn't know that I did the research, Council, that women had went through all this. They jailed them. 72 years for them to have the right to vote. So the point is, we should never take voting for granted. And one vote does make a difference. Thank you for allowing me to say that. Thank you.
Thank you for that great information and insight. Really appreciate it. Councilwoman Gowdy?
Yes, I have a question. Why do we still get Shell gas station? Gas from the Shell pump? And how much money is we paying for that? Are we paying for it? And also, is we being sued again because, are we being sued again because of demo? Somebody made a mistake and tore down the wrong house. And And also, I'm asking a question because I really do need to know, because not really afford mistakes like that, because a lot of our houses and a lot of good houses is being torn down, and I really have a problem with that, and I have to ask.
We're in the citizens going to participate.
And I definitely, again, support our police officers. And I support our citizens. And I want to thank you, Vice President, President, and my colleagues for tonight. It's been a long night, and we got some work to do. And I'm on board with it.
Citizen.
Thank you. Councilman Austin?
Yes, greetings, Brother President. I got a few quick notes. We purchased some laptops. I want to see if those employees that will eventually get to work from home can use some of those laptops. That was one of the first things we purchased under this COVID-19. And a note about the Shell gas station, we actually collect a gas tax from what they sell. We don't pay the Shell gas station. My heart goes out to my family, my little cousin, Latrice, Nicole Blevins Ali, passed away this past week. She was a Shaw alumni, lived on Rosedale for a number of years. You know, I spent my summers there. And her brother Clifford and sister Monica, also Shaw graduates. You know, again, her service is going to be tomorrow at the Wonton Chapel on 126 and Buckeye. Again, a great loss. So until the next time, Brother President, that's all I have. Take care.
How you doing? Oh, I got 7 cents. Thank you, Councilman Austin. Council Vice President.
Also, Vice President. I just want you all to know that we need to be careful. We need more information, and we need to work together on a plan that strengthens the council, and hopefully get the mayor to work on a plan that strengthens the staffing situation. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Did I say Councilwoman Gowdy?
Yes. No.
Okay, now to the great people of East Cleveland.
Okay, I think I don't know. Cal Irby's on. He may want to talk.
Yeah. All right. Is Mr. Lynch still around? Leach. Okay, I take that as a no. Want to know, since he mentioned the paint program, what happened to it? Second of all, Mr. Smedley is playing the role of a doctor, a physician. I know he doesn't have the educational factors, but I'm so glad that Mr. Gardner was still online when he was. We couldn't ask him the questions of the COVID situation. Why is there no temperatures being taken in City Hall? Where's the PPE order to protect our people and staff? That should have been taken care of. We all want to complain until it happens to one of our family. That the bathroom 2820, a trailer bathroom. East Cleveland is not a campground. If in every restroom, if it's boys or girls or ladies or gents, it should be maintained by a staff from East Cleveland to make sure that it is safe to use. And technically, as he was speaking, that we can't close down City Hall, there's other cities that have shut down their departments. Shaker is shut down. Newberry. There's a couple other cities that is shut down. They're doing it from home. I won't bore y'all, but then I keep hearing this food pantry truck. Why is the food pantry truck only for mayor trying to receive votes? I haven't seen a food pantry truck in my neighborhood yet. So, you know, it's not funny. But then let's go back to 2020. I'm glad y'all didn't really vote on the streets because you still ain't got the truth. The grade of asphalt that they're using is not highway asphalt. There's two different grades. It was actually 3 different grades. So I want East Cleveland to more buck for their bang, as Councilman Austin would say. The rollers that they're using, yeah, it presses down our street, but look at Shaw. We're doing Shaw at least 3 times a year. So I'm saying that if the highway asphalt is still held together this long, why is our city falling apart? Second of all, my street has not been completed on the asphalt side. Elm Street is not complete. So let's look at what we didn't finish before we start making a list of new items. I'm gonna let y'all go with that because it's too late to keep y'all there, and some of y'all need to be at home getting plenty of rest.
Thank you, Mr. Irby, and just know that you are never boring us. Next.
Yeah, first I'll start. Oh, Justin Anderson, 14436 Terrace Road. Councilman Martin wants to know why certain pictures show up and certain don't. I think Dr. Guy can probably answer that after I get finished.
No, that's he talking on his Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you worried about. Nothing. Because we don't have to show our picture. You talking about like that?
Yeah.
What?
Now you see me?
I can see you, but why come I couldn't see Corrine and the other ones? That's what.
Because you can turn off your photo. You don't have to keep your photo.
No disrespect, but we've been here 5 hours. Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
No, I just asked a question.
Well, you can turn your photo off. You can turn your photo off.
So what I wanted to first talk about is the toilet for $67,000 for the toilet and the sink and all that. Yeah, if we were like in Beechwood or Westlake, you know, that's a perfect ideal. You know, it's a good ideal. But even though we got to spend that COVID money, we just have to spend it in a different way. Just because even if we had $20 million of COVID money, we still have to spend every dime in the most effective way possible. So that toilet is like, how do you think the residents will feel when they hear that we spent almost $70,000 on a toilet and a sink? And what I believe they should do is open the downstairs bathrooms to the public and open the upstairs bathrooms to employees only. The public cannot, and all employees use upstairs, and they don't even go near the downstairs bathroom. So I think that will solve that problem as far as separating the public from using the bathrooms inside City Hall. Let's see. The mayor, let's see, $2 million. Yeah, we just have to spend that money wisely. We really do. Yes, $2 million, and we need to stretch it to every dime. I do think that it's good that the service department getting some extra transportation. I was really satisfied with that. I thought that the police van would have been a good idea, with the exception that Council President Smith did bring up. You know, we tore the last one up from transporting food, and they were saying, from me understanding him, he was saying that this was going to be something that they used to transport food also. And that's where the confusing part came from. I mean, because I know Councilwoman Gowdy and Councilman Martin, they support the police wholeheartedly. And I think it was a lot of confusion as far as that goes with the van. And as far as street repavement, when is that list due? I asked for Councilwoman Gowdy because she's out of her time and she has yielded the floor. So she needs to know when is the street pavement list due. And that will conclude my remarks, and I will turn it over to Crazy Maze. That's his name.
Thank you very much.
Y'all silly. Y'all been here too long.
He shouldn't speak about himself like that. However,
Put your thing down so they can hear you.
I don't know what's around here. Omaze. Number one, spending $67,000 for a outside toilet. I sit on the board of the library. What we are doing, we are rehabbing our bathrooms, spending that money in the bathrooms by, you put your hand under the sink, the water will automatically come on. Then when you get up off using the toilet or bathroom, the toilet will flush automatically. That money should be spent inside of City Hall instead of spending $67,000 outside for outside toilet. That doesn't make any sense. And I appreciate some of the things that Council Stevenson have alluded to and the question that she asked. Some of them was right on. However, I will differ with the council in reference to the charter. It speaks in reference that anytime you're sitting council, you can pass laws that may exceed your term in office.
Right.
Number one. Number two, we need lights on Rockford. The one at Milo's and Rockford is out. The one at Van Buren and Rockford is on the blink. It goes on and off. It's letting us know it's going to go out. So we need to take care of that. And then when you chose the streets, Ray Charles can see Rockford need to be repaired. It's been that way for years. And it's sinkholes and people go down through there. It just does not make sense. But you're gonna go to my paving something up in the woods in our park, going up there. Yes, it should be paved too, but this is where people travel and live, and that we have to be subject to that. We pay taxes as well. And so I want you to be cognizant of that. Number two, 3 or whatever it is, you just cannot do in the same setting, keep dealing with legislation. We should have dealt with this legislation within 2 hours. We should have been out of here. Here it is almost 11 o'clock and we still here dealing with legislation. You let people, you have time to speak, but you can cut off the public. You have 5 minutes to speak as well, and not 10 and 15 minutes or 20 minutes. And then into a colloquy with, and you have a person that's not the mayor telling you what to do and what they're going to do. You need to hear it coming from the mayor, because that is the person that has been elected by the people, not Smedley or anyone else. And accept that. So that's why he does not have any respect for this council.
He certainly doesn't respect when he tells you you don't know what you're talking about. You don't tell a elected person that we elected to do that. So there's a lot of more stuff on here that I could address, but I know my time is probably up.
Thank you very much. You know, I really, really appreciate you all to take time out to see about the health, interest, rights, and needs of the people of East Cleveland. It really shows you care, especially the residents that took you all's time out to see about what's going on. Now, one thing I have to get used to is Omaze jumping down our throat when we, I guess I can say when we agree on the same thing, because the things that you jumped on us for, we did not pass them. And
There's an echo.
I believe, Mr. Mayor, you yell at the wrong people sometimes. It was your partner that got Beardford on the list, and it was this young man right here that's trying to fight for your street to get paid. Remember that when you want to yell at everybody, we did not pass any of that you just yelled at us for. And I just want to make note of that. So I thank you all. And I'll now entertain the motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Mayor is online too.
Well, we are it.
There's a motion on the floor.
No politicking.
There's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. You all have a blessed day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Dr. Guys, this computer hooked up to that printer.
Dr. Guides, the computer hooked up to the printer.
She said, huh? She wanted to know if this computer she's on is hooked up to the big
I
printer.
need some more newsletter. I've been asking you.
It should be.
What's the name of it?
What do you mean?
The name of the printer. You know, when you print, it comes up with a name.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing called Windows. You see, I don't even have any.
Oh, she has to connect to her name, and her name is tied.
And I hate when they be